there was a girl in my U.S. history since 1877 class that I sat next to, who had a boyfriend, and we just had a thing. Like, I had a girlfriend, she had a boyfriend that we both liked. We both were, liked our situations very much. We also liked each other, and it was just clear. It was clear that if we weren't in these, happy situations, then we would probably be together. We got along that way, and that connection was what I was talking about. If I ever fall in love, is me telling that story, not. But at that time, it was such a haul to get something done. So as we were recording, my brother was in LA. We were in DC still at the time. My brother, his superpower is that he will walk up and start a conversation with anyone, whether he has no business doing it or not. Like, so he was just like, approached Teddy Riley, who was like the biggest producer of the world, working with Michael Jackson at this point, and just like somehow talks Teddy Riley into like letting us go visit him. Teddy built this studio
in Virginia,
in Virginia Beach.
Yeah, the future.
And my brother talked him into letting us drive out there and meet and hang out. And again, and the people walking around there who are sharing bedrooms and like trying to figure it out. At the time, you had like all of Blackstreet was there. Pharrell and Chad at the time are all in this camp. Leon Silvers, who from the 80s, he's there.
Wow.
Jean-Marie Horvat.
Yeah, Jean-Marie.
Jean-Marie was there. Like, all these, we're all in Virginia at the same time trying to figure it out. Timberland is around there. Like,
Wow.
So the amount of people I've run into on the way up. And this guy, are still, I think Pharrell and Chad are probably still in high school at this point.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Yes, well, appreciate.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It is about what I think 7 in the afternoon here in England. And
where? What city?
So I'm in a place called Maidstone, which is south of London. It's about 40 miles south of London. And yeah, so I work as a children's mental health therapist out here, and but then my love for 90s of R&B is when I'm away from therapy work, I'm able to use this to sort of refresh the mindset and everything.
Right.
Yes.
That's dope. Keep a passion active.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Mental health therapist. I see RMA trading back there. You trade too?
Yeah, no, so yeah, so it is a mental health, but so I'm trained in all the CBT, so and then also counseling and life coaching, so mixing things up for the kids. But for yourself, I mean, Carl, we've got an international audience, and I always like to find out where our guests are sort of born and raised, so we can get a sort of a geography of your life.
I was born in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Okay, in the south.
In the south, yes. Lafayette is situated almost right in between New Orleans and Houston. It sits almost smack in between those two.
Okay.
And yeah, I was born there. It is about 100 miles from New Orleans, about 2 hours from New Orleans.
Okay.
I was born and raised there and in New Orleans.
So what was it like growing up? I mean, I think for those of us who, I mean, I went to university went to junior college in Selma, Alabama, and then the eyes went up, and then college in Milwaukee, and so I kind of learned about the South living in Alabama, but Louisiana seems to have a lot of people, especially those on the East Coast, would always say, "Yeah, our family came from Louisiana." It feels as if they were the last state to sort of let go of a lot of the segregation things. But what was it like for you growing up in Lafayette as a kid?
That and there is a reason they were the last to let go, because a lot of the slave trade took place through the port of New Orleans. If you see movies like 12 Years a Slave, it's
Yeah.
documented that yeah, a lot of transactions took place in the state of Louisiana. So there are a lot of Black people throughout the United States whose families are from this area and have ties to this area very much. Mine is no different. My my mother's from Lafayette, where I was born. My father's from a small town about an hour outside of New Orleans. It sits right on the Louisiana-Mississippi border, called Franklinton, Louisiana. And yeah, I'm the son of a long line of men. When I was in high school, my father handed me a book called The Star Creek Papers that was written by one of the first Black congressmen in the United States. And it was a story about my great uncles fighting and losing a battle with the police department over the police trying to confiscate their land after they were granted 40 acres and a mule to start their lives. The police department then attempted to confiscate it. My great uncles teamed up and fought back and, and perished in that battle. But my family did retain that land, and it's land that my family still holds to this day, actually.
Wow. What's it like growing up with that
Yeah,
history?
wild story.
Yeah, but what's that like growing up with that sort of history? Because okay, so I'm born and raised in England, but my parents are Nigerian, and my parents moved to the UK in the 60s. So I so I know where my grandfather is, great grandfather. I know a family. So when I moved to America, I had an understanding of my own culture and identity. Um, but my dad wouldn't talk about slave trade and stuff. We'd just talk about, yes, our dad was a chief. We could see our lands. There was a very different type of upbringing for me culturally. I knew that a lot of my friends and classmates who were in Alabama had a very different perspective about, well, if their own parents were not allowed to drink water or had to sit at the back of the bus, that's very real. That's a real first-hand passed down information. And then you have generations. But for yourself, growing up with that type of history, was it empowering or was it disarming? Did it limit your vision, or what was that like?
That's a great question. It The answer is probably all of the above. Um, well, to circle back around, there's a lot to unpack there. As Nigerians, you do have a sense of your ethnic sort of history, sort of the long line of it. As Black people in America, slavery, and in my case, the great grandparents is sort of where it starts and ends, right? So, and as a child growing up, I was born in 1970, right? So I grew up in the 70s and 80s in the Deep South. And what we have growing up in that era are stories. My dad would tell me stories about seeing signs that would say, on his way walking to school, would say, "Nigger, read and run. If you can't read, run anyway." Like stuff like that. And they always had a sense of humor about it, but there were stories about some of the just hardcore strife and post Jim Crow lives that my family had endured. And growing up as a child in the 70s, it's not nearly in front of your face,
Hmm.
right? It pops out. Every now and then there will be incidents where there are clashes. But what you do have is that it sits underneath everything. There is nothing that somehow does not circle back around to race and difference and class and everything that sits underneath it. Now, what's interesting as I eventually left Louisiana. I was itching to get out. And as I got to see other things, you realize how much of it existed retrospectively. You couldn't feel it at the time. It wasn't until I graduated high school, went to Howard University in DC, which is a complete sort of opposite spectrum of that. That was when I realized how much race had been interwoven into my complete perception of all things. Like for example, I went to a high school where there weren't many Black kids, but I went to grade school growing up where it was pretty much all Black kids. And so dating in high school and starting to sort of figure out male-female relationships was always tricky because there were a whole section of people that were just completely just out of bounds. Just anybody, anybody that wasn't Black in terms of dating was out of bounds on the surface. Now, underneath, there would be these sort of private relationships that took place, but none of it was out in the open. And growing up in it, it wasn't even something you thought about. It was just like, oh, if there is a personal relationship with someone white romantically, that's going to take place on that side. And then a relationship with someone Black, a girl, will take place on that side out in the open. And it was just something that, in retrospect, you're like, that's crazy. But at the time, it wasn't even something that you wouldn't even think about it. It was just how it is. Yeah.
Wow.
So that was the long way around.
No, it's not long. It's actually important.
That question. But yeah, race sort of always sat underneath everything.
With
Sorry,
that,
we have a delay going on.
yeah,
I heard you.
Yeah. With that in mind, then, how do you then start to see? Do you think about what life would be when you grow old? What kind of job or career you're gonna have at that young age, being in high school with those dynamics. How do you then think about the future?
Uh, I was different. And when I say that, I had something different. I, I could play baseball at a very young age. I think I was 5 years old, where as a 5-year-old, I was invited to play with 8 and 9-year-olds. My mother is an incredibly talented musician, and I sort of had instant sort of aptitude for music. I picked it up fast. My mother put a violin in my hand at 5, and I got it. So I had early incidents in my childhood where, again, I wasn't fully aware of it cognitively, but I instinctively knew that I was talented. I instinctively knew that I like girls and the girls like me. So just like little things like that gave me confidence, that told me I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to always be here. I'm going somewhere. And I wasn't able to cognitively piece it together as a child, but inherently I knew that this place is too small. I just could feel it. My one thing that an interesting side note is that so we grew up as big Los Angeles Dodgers fans. So even being in Louisiana, all the Black men in my family, there were, my dad had, 6 brothers and cousins and uncles. So there were a lot of Black men, all strong, all loud, all, all ambitious, all confident men that I was surrounded by and grew up with them. And they all loved the Los Angeles Dodgers. And it was because Jackie Robinson came through and emerged during their adulthood, in their early adulthood. That's what they saw. And being a Dodger fan, the Dodgers played, and we would drive. Sometimes it was St. Louis, Missouri, it was Boston. So a lot of the country I got to see as a child by us getting in the car and going to go watch the Dodgers play somewhere. And I mean, 30 years later, the Dodgers, I'm in Los Angeles, and the Dodgers invite me to sing the national anthem at a Dodger game.
Wow.
And I told the executives about this story. And I was shocked to find out the Dodgers organization had no idea that there were a legion, a whole like sort of colony of black men in the South that were all loyal Dodger fans because of Jackie Robinson, and that they had handed that love for the club generations, and they had no idea that this existed. So it was really fascinating to, a really sort of full circle moment in my life. I know I've sort of gone off on this tangent about it, but I'm just trying to make a relationship to just sort of being black, being in the South, and how you, or me, I would, you would grab for things outside of it, looking for something outside of your environment, because it didn't anyway. You just knew there was more out there.
Yeah,
I knew there was a lot more out there. Yeah.
Did your uncle and your dad, did they get to see you perform for the Dodgers, do the national anthem? How did they could they get to feel that connection?
They did. Yes, one of the things I'm really happy about was that my father passed away in 2014. But one of the things I'm sort of helps me sleep is that my dad did get to see that. One of the few times I've seen my father cry was when we were on the Tonight Show, now hosted by Jimmy Fallon here in the United States, and my dad was my only family member with me at that particular time at that show, and he sat in the audience, and I didn't even see it. Someone told me, like, "Yeah, your father was crying," just out of pure happiness and pride. And so, yeah, they did get to witness some of that. Most of them, now all my my brothers have now passed away, but they got to witness a lot of that.
Wow. I mean, and it's important to hear this because I when I moved to the States, when I moved to Wisconsin, I became a Vikings fan because they had the Ronnie Cunningham and they had I think
Right.
Coach Green. I was like, well, I don't have any roots to any team, but I'll support the team that has a black coach and a black quarterback. So
it's kind of how it works.
That's it was. I mean, now it's impossible because I think half the league has black quarterbacks. So, but but back then it was Ronnie Cunningham and Warren Moon. It's like, well, okay, I've got two teams I'm supporting because I was sort of removed from it, so I could just sort of
But yeah, like
follow
even
them.
that is a statement. That is actually somewhat of a pretty a concrete example of sort of what I'm alluding to, right? That in America, sitting underneath, it's not outright racism, but you had sort of systemic belief that black men, for whatever, were incapable of playing the position that required them to assess, process, incorporate their mental acuity with their physical acuity simultaneously, like as if they were incapable of doing that because of that underlying, but it all stems back to the history of America and the underlying belief that there was something less, that to be ethnic, to be black specifically meant, but the history is deeper than black people in America. It does go back to being other, that you are somehow perceived as less. And yeah, that's sort of the curse that America sometimes deals with and looks to avoid. So that's a different conversation. We need another podcast for that one.
Yeah. But I guess that does take me to because I went to a historic black college, Selma, Concordia College in
Hmm.
Selma,
Hmm.
sadly closed down a couple of years ago just due to funding. But
Yep.
um, when I was in England, I watched A Different World, and so I was sort of familiar with that, but I didn't realize that I was
Right.
like the historical black college because all the teachers were black and the staff were black, and I actually enjoyed that then. But it was a junior college, so I moved to Wisconsin, and become a minority again. Um, but what was it like for you now coming out of Louisiana, having this gift of music, but then going to Howard University, which is a prominent black university? Does it go back to how you were in grade school, or how does that feel? Does it feel empowering?
Yeah, it was interesting how I got there. Uh, my last year in high school, I was kind of needed to make a choice. It was going to be athletics or it was going to be music. I sort of always sort of drifted back and forth between the two, never really committing to one. I almost felt like as soon as I would excel at one, I might get bored and go back to the other. Um, then there was a point where I sort of realized that baseball can get me out of here. Maybe there's a chance that I could, I could be good enough to where I can get a scholarship and play. I, I, I had a great season. I sort of came off the bench. I didn't play my first 2 years, focused on music, and then the third year of high school, which would be considered pretty late, I started playing baseball, and I just had there was one sort of moment, and it's sort of a recurring theme in my life where things would be kind of going along, and then there's sort of one pivotal moment where there's sort of like this sort of breakout success, and that happened. That happened with baseball, where just one tournament, I just sort of went crazy, and that led to me sort of getting vaulted into the lineup of a team that wind up competing for a state championship that year, and that sort of changed. And there became this possibility for me to play baseball and possibly get a scholarship, and I went all in there. And there were different schools that had opportunities with scholarships. Howard was kind of on the back burner, but then once I went there, I had never seen so many beautiful black women in one location. Like I was in shock, really. Like I had no idea. Wait, and they're all eligible? Like everybody? Like it's open game? Like it's what? And I had never seen so many black people of means
Mm,
that you could tell they came from money.
wow.
They were from California, they Chicago, Detroit, some from the Caribbean, some from Nigerian. We had a contingent of students from different pockets all over the world, and I'd never seen it. And there was just something magic about walking across that campus. After I was there, I was like, that's it. The program wasn't the best. The program was underfunded. The coach was disengaged. Like there were a lot of baseball reasons to say no. But the idea that I could get out of Louisiana to a place like DC, that I could get into that environment was too good to pass up. And when I got there, I mean, I got I got way more than I bargained for, like a
Wow.
lot more.
I mean, for those of us who didn't, as I said, we see Howard representing A Different
Oh
World,
no,
and
did I lose you?
okay.
I think we broke up. Okay, we have a serious delay. Let me see. I may need to, no, I'll stay on the, you
Yeah,
can, you can edit.
yeah, no, it's fine. Okay, so I mean, I guess going to Howard then and seeing that shift, did you then continue focusing on baseball, or did you think, okay, let me revert back to music because the program itself wasn't as elite as you would have hoped?
Yes to both of those. So it started out, I had a good freshman year, and then in my second year, got an injury,
Oh,
and that set it back. And while that was going on, sort of did what I kind of traditionally always done. We sort of reverted back to music. Now, at the same time, there's something wildly unusual that didn't seem unusual to me at the time, because it was just the environment. But Howard was something about the energy there. And I heard Laz Alonso, I don't know if you know who he is, actor from, oh my God, what's the Avatar?
Okay.
Pretty successful actor. He's in a show called The Boys, but he was at Howard at the time I was. And I heard him in a clip, I think it was from last week. I'm sure you can find it, where he said, there is something about the energy at Howard that when you're on that campus, I have no idea what it is. It's something in the sauce at Howard that makes you feel like I am going to go away from here and I cannot lose.
Wow.
Whatever it is, I'll figure out a way to make it happen. I'll figure out a way in, but whatever is going on here, I've come out of here and I cannot lose. And, you know, there were a lot of things going on when I was there. So let me just, an example. Some of the people that I'm friends with, that we were at Howard at the same time. Obviously Shai, myself, Marlon Wayans,
Mm-hmm.
Taraji P. Henson,
Wow. Okay.
Anthony Anderson,
Wow. Yeah, okay.
Diddy,
Okay.
everybody. This guy Laz Alonso, I just mentioned. I'm probably leaving a few more off, but all there at the same time, all coming in within, a class or two from each other. You know, people still know each other to this day. But I've known them for 35 years, and this is what was walking around the same campus at the same time. I mean, we all came in together. So there was a lot of go get,
Yeah.
a lot of hustle. Yeah, Puff at the time was a party promoter, and we're having these massive parties. Puff and this guy Derek Angeletti, who eventually took on this persona of the mad rapper for Bad Boy, and you hear him all throughout Biggie's album.
Oh, was that him? Okay, okay.
That's Derek D. Dot. Yeah, his name is Derek Angeletti.
Oh, D. Dot. Wow.
Yeah, so they were there throwing parties, and had this whole presence going on around campus, and that's how I knew who Puff was, and eventually met those guys and worked with Derek a little bit. So there was just a lot happening. It's just Howard always had that energy. So coming from where I came from to an area that was pretty much sort of dominated by, Caucasian influence, white culture, whatever you want to call it. Black people were not empowered in that same way. I stepped out of that into an environment where it was nothing but Black people in power. And I remember a pivotal moment was I had a psychology teacher that brought us into a Barnes and Noble bookstore. And this was our class that day. He's like, we're not going to class. We're going to the mall. Okay. So whole class walks into the mall. And psychology professor says, okay, we're going through the magazine rack. We're going to walk up and down. And we're doing nothing but looking at magazine covers for 5 minutes. All right, we did that. And then he says, stop. We walk away from that magazine pavilion. And he asks, how many Black faces did you see of all those magazines? First of all, how many were there? Oh, maybe 600, 700,000 maybe magazine covers. How many Black faces did you see? It was 2. It was Oprah and maybe Denzel Washington at the time. He's like, the rest of them, that's what you're dealing with. Right? This is the world when you walk out of the cocoon of Howard that pumps you up and gives you confidence and tells you, just know that when you step out into the real world, that's what it is. It's 600 V2. And you need to understand that when you are out there navigating your way throughout America and capitalism. And that, I never forgot that. That might have been my third week at Howard.
Wow.
But it gave me something, and you just saw that everything around the culture of that campus was about self-starting, was about figuring it out, was about persevering. That's just the culture there. And so, yeah, again, that was a long way to answer that.
No.
It was a completely different environment, and it definitely that campus lights a fire under you.
Did you find it being supportive? Because I think one of the things that and I was reflecting on this before we started about, if somebody asks me, is there, do I think, say, the black race is cursed in some ways because we are capable of so much excellence, but we're easily as receptive to disharmony and not always united, like say the Indian race or the Jewish race, where they would say, okay, I'll pull you up and you pull me up, and we start pulling each other up, and we may have our disagreements, but as a community we need to support each other. Even if you come to parts of Africa, there's lots of tribes and cultures then that we still try and don't not always get along. So I was just reflecting on that. Just so strange that this is the female we have, because that was the reflection I had about an hour ago. But being in Howard, did you feel the sense of one for all and all for one kind of situation, or did you almost preparing you to go out in the world to, hey, no matter where you are, you do need to be united, because that's the only way we can really succeed. Not just one of us, but we need to all.
The short answer is yes. That's a very nuanced subject, right? I'll unpack a little bit of it because I think it's important, because it's something I rarely hear addressed this way. First of all, are you familiar with lateral thinking? Have you ever heard this?
I've heard it, but maybe not
So
too familiar with it. Yeah.
I'll give a very brief version. Lateral thinking is where you approach a problem or a subject by first questioning the premise, right? And I'll do that. I'll start there, because I think laterally about the pervasive belief that Black people inherently don't support each other.
Mm.
I believe human beings don't support each other.
Mm.
I believe that there's just as much. If you look right now, are Jews and Palestinians in lockstep as it relates to what's happening? Are all Jews in lockstep?
No.
No. Indians, half my family's Asian. There are all sorts of internal conflicts, disagreements, philosophical differences. We just advertise it. We are really into us not getting along and pulling each other down. Now, it is true. It is fact. Now, and again, it requires a deeper dive, and it's a different podcast for us to talk about the nature of why that's the case in America. How, part of mental slavery was to create doubt.
Mm.
Doubt, for me, is one of the most powerful weapons, in the world. One of the most weapons of war that can be implemented is doubt. And I believe that part of keeping Black Americans in slavery was to always instill doubt about your own capabilities, about your trust in your own, about whether God thinks you are human and should be alive. So I believe that. So
what you have described on a deeper level has been ingrained. So I think we live with the remnants of that.
Mm.
I think we live I think we live with the remnants of um, haves and have not being separated amongst Black people. I think that class often plays a large part, almost as much as race, specifically in America.
Mm.
So I think there are a lot of levels to it. But then to circle around, I think that Howard, yes, at its core, support. Another big part of that sauce, I believe, is that it holds you to a high standard. Just because we're supporting you, you can't come weak. If you're going to get up here and sing, you better have been working on it, or else, no, we're not. No, the standard is high, and I think that is a big part of it. Also, support is one thing, but holding each other to a high standard and expectation level, I think is something that exists in Howard. That I don't know, maybe it's been there since the founders in the 1800s, but it's there and it's still there today. Yeah.
No, which is good. So is it when you got to you got the injury? Is that when you reverted back? Okay, maybe I should lean on this music. What does that mean about going back into music? Because what were you just writing and singing by yourself, or what was it that you were doing?
Yeah, I've written songs. My mom still has you know crumbled up paper with some of the bad rap songs I wrote in the 80s. I'm trying to be. I thought I was LL Cool J for a couple of years, and sort of realized that wasn't going to be it. Um, also because it's different now, but and hip hop was about street culture for a while, and you had to if it wasn't that, then it was a different thing. But music in general always appealed to me. R&B music, funk. I grew up on that, so I'd always written songs, even as a child. But then once the injury happened, I I sort of have an engineer's mind in a way. I'm an artist, but I also think very analytically and mechanically. So I love Babyface. He was my like target. Like that was like the guy. I just thought he was the best writer. And so what I started to do was listen to his songs one by one, and I diagrammed them. Like, okay, he's starting in this key. This is what the verses are doing rhythmically. This is okay. Here's the section. Here's the pre-chorus B section. Oh, then he's doing the chorus. I sort of cracked the code of what his formula was, and I became obsessed with it, man. I just notebooks full of like these sort of like bad geometry looking sort of literally the same way I was English major, so the same way I diagram sentences, I sort of used that same format to diagram his songs.
Wow.
That sort of became my model for what I was trying to do, and made a lot of bad ones, and then really bad. Still do still make a lot of bad ones. Still catching breaks for sure. But during that time, a lot more breaks, and then one of my frat brothers, who eventually became lead singer of Shai, Darnell, and I, he was talented, and he was, definitely the best singer I knew, and we just kind of really vibed on music that way, and just sort of, kind of Spider-Man memed each other, like, okay, got something, and when we pledged our fraternity, we were forced to make music, and I wrote a song for our pledge period, and that was my first hit because we performed this song, and after the performance, people were just singing it, and it became like this campus sort of hit. So anyone who heard this song just recognized it, and I said, okay, we might be on something, maybe all this all this hard work and Babyface sort of obsession. It was like weird, like a like a weird conspiracy theorist posting things up on the board. You know, I was just really, I really went in. And I was doing it by myself. I wasn't even really sharing this with Darnell, really. It was just kind of like this sort of rabbit hole I'd gone down. But that was the first time it connected. And I said, okay, no, D, we should do this, right? So we formed a duo. So we called Beta. Terrible, terrible name. And so we started making music, and you know, my brother, my older brother, lived in California, and he always just really had my back. He just really believed in me for reasons I do not understand. But
Wow.
he would send, you know, he'd send a few $100 to go get in the studio, and yeah, I would. Me and D would go in there and get studio time, and you know, always stay over, try to get overnight hours, because if you would go past like midnight, they would kind of just let you stay.
Okay.
And not bill you. So that's how we, you know, we try to get like 8 hours out of a 2 hour paid session. You know, and did that. And another guy who was a great producer, a guy named Scotty Beats, who sadly, right after Shai got signed, in DC, got shot coming out of a session, and shot and killed. But a really sweet guy who also was just like kind enough to just give us studio time overnight. And it just became this obsession where I was just really trying to get in whenever I could. I took interned at a studio, which eventually became the studio where we recorded If I Ever Fall in Love. So yeah, we were just really trying to get in. So through a series of making some bad music with D, we just wanted to expand the sounds. We're like, we need more. We need more voices, right? At the time, Boyz II Men is popping, and Jodeci's starting to pop, and
Okay.
we're like, man, we need to sort of maybe get in on that. And so then we added another one of our frat brothers, Mark, who was actually a really, really solid piano player and could really write songs. And we had another guy named Kevin, who was our fourth member. And then Kevin, right as things were about to kind of get serious, and we said, okay, we need to either not do this or just commit to it, right? Kevin got into med school.
Oh, okay.
It's like, I got to go with that. We're working at this med thing. We're like, you sure, man? We might go. He's like, yeah, I don't know. A lot of guys around Howard are trying to make a music career right now. I don't know, man. You know, so he probably wisely went with med school. Mark also had actually the same choice. Med school was his option, and he actually chose Shai.
Wow.
So yeah, and after Kevin dropped out, we needed another guy. Darnell had a roommate named Garfield, who was seen around campus, you know, like trafficked in the same circles a little bit. And yeah, he's like, oh, he can sing. I was like, yeah, this guy sings. I think he'd run for like student government president or something. I was like, this guy sings. Like, you've got a great look, handsome guy. The guy girls love him. Then like, okay, yeah, this will be cool. And it worked. So we practiced. One of the great things we did was we set up a standing time. So 4 o'clock every day we met in the Fine Arts building. And I don't know if they remember, but Anthony Anderson, Taraji, everyone was down there. Marlon, we ran into each other going in and out of the A building every day, and it's so crazy to see the careers that came out of this. Yeah, all of us in that same little building. Chris Rock's ex-wife, Malak, in Compton at the time, she was in my class there. So yeah, a lot of and so many other executives that are now really huge, that are everybody. We're all walking around those halls at the same time. It's pretty wild.
Did they hear you sing? I mean, when you were rehearsing, or?
Oh yeah, they knew. They hung out. Anthony, before Anthony's career popped off, he would hang out at my house because we kind of jumped off before Anthony and Taraji. So they were in LA kind of figuring it out, and we jumped off before them. So I hung out. Yeah, I hung out with them quite a bit before their careers took off, and even in Los Angeles afterwards. So yeah, we were all very very much aware of each other.
So at this time, then, because you're now in this university where you know they're really pushing excellence. You mentioned about Kevin now taking that choice. Like, I need to go to med school. How serious were you about this? This is a career that I'm going all on? Because you could have recovered from your baseball injury and go back to baseball. I mean, what was that the decisive moment? Like, I'm going all in for this.
Yeah, one of my superpowers, or maybe I'm on the spectrum. I don't know. That obsession thing I mentioned
Mm,
about, once I sort of kind of get locked into something, I was locked into figuring out a way in. I had to figure out a way in. So I would take Greyhound buses, and some no email. I'm writing letters to anybody with any connection in the music business. I'm driving up to New York to try to, if an assistant told me they would meet with me, I would get up there and try to get in their face. And
wow,
I remember Debbie Gibson, the pop star. I'd like somehow talked a good game to her manager and got him to have coffee with me in New York.
wow.
Just any way in. I mean, I literally knew no one in the music business. Um, yeah, and just kept sending demos to people, trying to get someone to listen.
Was this with
And
Shai or by yourself?
this was this was by myself. We didn't really have a Shai yet.
Okay,
You
okay.
know,
This is before you.
yeah, we're all trying to put it together. I'm sure I had the beta songs with me. I was just trying to shop anything. I was
Wow.
trying to shop anything that could get some traction, because I really wanted to be Babyface. I wanted to be a songwriter, producer,
Okay.
and even like start a record. The initial aim was actually not to get signed. I was looking to start a record label and do Shai independently if possible, which was never possible, in retrospect, knowing that what kind of eventually learning what kind of resources it takes to take a record up
Yeah.
to a high chart position.
Yeah. It's strange you said that because I remember when I moved to the US in the fall of '92,
Mm-hmm.
and um, I mean, yeah, so the If I Ever Fall in Love is very synonymous about my time when I hear it, it just brings me to when I moved to the States. But there was a time that I thought I actually loved music so much I wanted to be Puffy. I wanted to be. I just loved what he did as just the marketing, and I wanted to be a label executive because I saw what he was doing. So the fact that you had Babyface as just sort of your focus about, and he started from LaFace Records, and he was doing all this stuff. So that probably gave you that sense of actually let me form my own label, write and produce and do all at once. Was that?
Yeah, and also Puff for me too, because here's one of my peers. Puff is a peer. I see
Mm.
him, and I knew he was going back and forth to New York to try to
Oh,
get put on,
Uptown.
and
Mm.
yeah, I knew about all that, because again, we're same circle adjacent. We have some of the same friends, and especially people who are actively trying to bulldoze their way into the music business. We knew what we were doing. We
Mm.
knew of each other. That was inspiring to me too, and that's what makes his sort of demise so tragic. Actually, is because he is iconic in that way, in that he sort of created a whole lane that didn't even really exist. He sort of created the young man as CEO, as marketer. He really is an innovator,
Mm.
and in what he's done. So which sort of makes all of this pretty tragic because of what you're saying, right? Like, you may not even thought that was possible until you saw him and
Mm.
what he accomplished. And I think a lot of people wanted to be that, and still do to
Yeah.
this day. But yeah, I was really just looking for a way in. But quite frankly, the music, and I think it's something that I wish that something I could just spread throughout the internet to any aspiring musician, is that they're like all these cottage industries, and whole social media lives of people giving advice about music marketing, and shout to them making a living, doing that. But I just want to break it to all the musicians out there. If any aspiring musician right now is looking to get on, I just want to tell you this: the music is not good enough. That's what it is. It's not the marketing. It's not that you like need a foot in the door. The music is not good enough. Trust me, I thought the music was good enough. It wasn't. When the music is good enough, like flies to food,
Wow.
they come. And you know it, because you don't, the same way you've been saying, oh, check out all, when the music is good enough, all that falls away.
Wow.
And it goes from, it's like when, if a guy's talking to a girl and trying to get a girl to be interested in him. If you're trying too hard and it's not being reciprocated back, guess what? It's not happening. It's not. You need to have some sort of indicator that your energy is being reciprocated. And when that happens with the music, that's why, a 5-year journey can just take off in 9 months and look like an overnight sensation. It's because, it wasn't there yet. And we started to get to that point.
But when you were doing stuff not just with Beta, but then with yourself, Mark, D and Garford, did you think, oh, this is great music, it's Babyface 101, or did everyone else say, oh, this is great? Or because you were saying, how did you know? Because you must have thought it was good. They must have seen you guys sing and thought it was good. But the people who push music probably thought it was not up to stand. So how did you then know that there's a difference between what you were doing and everyone else was enjoying and what was required to go nuclear?
Well, there was no difference, because what we were doing was pretty bad. I mean,
But were
we
people not
sounded
appreciating it though? That's what I'm saying with people.
absolutely not, because there was, you know what, and they shouldn't have, because it wasn't that great. I mean, Mark actually is great at this. He still has like some of these demos from like 8, 9 or wherever, like when we were trying to figure it out. But no, they weren't good, and we weren't good. We were, sort of practicing and figuring out the harmony thing and how to blend together and what worked for us. And then we had one of my favorite incidents, which this is how I kind of knew that we were going to do something, right? Or that I was determined to take it as far as I could, was that we got signed up to do a fashion show. We were kind of, become known as like a group. Darnell and I, this was right before we added 2 guys, and probably why I ultimately said, okay, yeah, we probably need 2 more guys. We had a show lined up to do a fashion show at Howard, just to be the performing, be the sing, the entertainment at that show during a break or something. And I don't remember the circumstances, but for whatever reason, Darnell didn't make it. And I was already there. And these songs that we've done so far, they're set up for 2 people to sing. And the show has started, and he's still not there. And I am thinking, man, I'm going to have to go up here, and I'm going to have to sing these 2-person songs by myself. And it was bad. I mean, I would have booed myself. I would have booed. But for some reason, I was like freaked out, and probably right after, pretty upset. But, I moved past it really fast. I really just moved on from that. I didn't, embarrassing. And probably my superpower is that I don't embarrass very easily. That's probably one of my best superpowers. Ask my children. They love to. Embarrassing them is one of my favorite pastimes. But I wasn't incredibly embarrassed by that, and just said, okay, regroup and let's keep it moving. And I think that was a big pivotal moment. So it's like, okay, I think I just got over the hump of whatever my fear of getting out there and looking stupid is, you know. And once we got past that, that's when I really started to kind of crank up the writing. And then there was, from that point, we kept progressing, doing studio sessions, learning how to record, learning how to make music, because then it's not like now where you have like a digital audio workstation where everything is in one box. Here I've got, like, I got an MPC module here. I got it connected by MIDI to keyboards. I'm recording on tape, splicing tape to fly in vocals. I mean, it's,
Wow.
And I'm very thankful for learning how to work that way mechanically. And then, because those fundamentals still exist inside the digital audio workstation. And I am a music nerd, so I'm still, still very much active, 10,000 plugins. And, I still obsess over music tech the same way I did as a 19-year-old, believe it or not. But at that time, it was such a haul to get something done. So as we were recording, my brother was in LA. We were in DC still at the time. My brother, his superpower is that he will walk up and start a conversation with anyone, whether he has no business doing it or not. Like,
wow.
So he was just like, approached Teddy Riley, who was like the biggest producer of the world, working with Michael Jackson at this point. And just like somehow talks Teddy Riley into like letting us go visit him. Teddy built this studio
In Virginia.
in Virginia Beach.
Yeah, the future.
And my brother talked him into letting us drive out there and meet and hang out. And, again, and the people walking around there who are sharing bedrooms and like trying to figure it out. At the time, you had like all of Blackstreet was there. Pharrell and Chad at the time are all in this camp. Leon Silvers, who from the 80s, he's there.
Wow.
Jean-Marie Horvat.
Yeah, Jean-Marie.
Jean-Marie was there. Like, all these, we're all in Virginia at the same time trying to figure it out. Timberland is around there. Like,
Wow.
So the amount of people I've run into on the way up, and this guy, are still, I think Pharrell and Chad are probably still in high school at this point. We went to Virginia Beach, and, Teddy was an interesting cat. Teddy's like one of the most incredible musicians probably to ever live. One of the best producers to ever live. And I remember walking in, when I met Jean-Marie, I walked into the Future Studios in Virginia Beach, and this is crazy. I'm getting like chills thinking about it. Jean-Marie was mixing Remember the Time by Michael Jackson when I met him. I walked in the room, and Teddy's sitting with his back to us, and they have their back to us. And Jean-Marie famously, I don't think he does this. Shout to Jean-Marie, forgive me, Jean-Marie, if you see this and you don't.
He will see it. We're a good friend, yeah.
Okay. Jean-Marie used to mix with the volume at 14, like, and Teddy had these custom speakers. It is deafening the way they mixed at this time. There's no way Jean-Marie still does that, because he couldn't. He wouldn't have ears. He wouldn't be able to hear. But they used to mix super loud, and if he sees this, he'll laugh.
Rodney Jerkins has said the same thing, yeah.
Really? Oh, yeah. So when I met Jean-Marie, he was mixing Remember the Time.
Wow.
And I was like, damn. Like, first of all, like, no one had heard this. I'm like, this is crazy. Michael Jackson's about, like, wow. Like, this is about to go bananas. And Teddy at the time was like, notice I said Jean-Marie was there.
Yeah.
Because Teddy would like wake up at like noon and go hang out at the mall until like 7, put his kids down, hang out with his kids, pick them up from school, whatever he did. And then he would start recording sessions at like 12, 1 a.m. and work till like 8, 9,
wow.
10 a.m. and rinse and repeat. He had like this wild schedule. He also had like 15 label deals at every like
Yeah.
label. So he's everywhere. I'm like, how do you manage this? Being like, you know, an erratic type businessman. And the short answer was he didn't, but his heart was in the right place.
Mm.
And so he's like, I'm gonna shine y'all Shai. It'll be part of it. I have this deal. I think it was at Hollywood. Disney had an offshoot label called Hollywood.
Mm.
I think they still actually still have Hollywood Records. That sort of functions as a sort of a brand now for their sort of mainstream music projects. But Teddy's like, yeah, I got a deal at Hollywood. And I'm gonna put you guys on my Hollywood deal. Well, as a lot of people familiar with Teddy at the time, kind of all had the same story outside of Blackstreet. I think of all those, Blackstreet and Rex and Effects, of all of us who were down there, I think those are the only two acts that actually ever wound up coming out. Pharrell and Chad wound up doing their thing.
Sammy
Tim
Lucas.
wound up connected with Devontae and sort of, you know, yeah, Timbaland eventually, yeah, that through Jodeci is kind of where he emerged. And so yeah, everyone kind of offshoot and we
Oh, so you
eventually.
mean so Timbaland was part of the clique? Oh, I didn't realize. I always thought he was with Devontae. I didn't realize he was there.
He wasn't with anybody. He was just himself, sort of working his way into the music business. And but you know, they recognized his talent and that he
Wow.
was good. But he was around Future. Yeah, because
Oh,
the Beach is pretty small. Like it's not.
okay.
The studio's right on Virginia Beach Boulevard. There's not much down there. So yeah, those kids had talent. Missy was around there too.
What? I know Mike Edridge said because he grew up with them. I don't know if you know Mike Edridge because Mike
Sounds
E.
familiar.
Because he grew up with Timbaland and Pharrell and stuff. So they were all kids in there. Okay.
I do, man. Mike, if I forgot.
Yeah. Was Tammy Lucas there as well? Did you?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of people around.
Oh.
And again, it all, you know, my
Was it
memory
just
fails.
you, or was it the four of you that were down at Virginia?
Yeah, so this time we had become a foursome, a quartet. We had, you know, started to find our way. I think it was if I ever, yeah, we had already. So I kind of skipped over it, but as my songwriting is coming together, there's this sort of infamous road trip that I took to Louisiana during a spring break, where you know, like at the time we had the pull out. Remember the pull out the car radios where you had your CD player
Oh yeah.
or maybe in the car, and to try to keep people from stealing your car
Yeah,
radio,
yeah.
it had a handle, and you'd see people walking around with their car radios all the time with the
Yeah.
handle. Remember that era?
Yeah.
That's when you see old school. Somebody needs to depict that in a YouTube video or something. That was hilarious thinking about how many of us were walking around with our Pioneer car stereo.
Yeah.
Someone from stealing it. Well, I didn't have one of those. And in DC, you know, DC is DC, urban environment. So my radio got stolen
Wow.
right before spring break, when I was about to make this, you know, 24-hour drive back to Louisiana to go see my family. And so, and it's the best thing that ever happened to me, because I had no music to play. I would have probably been listening to Babyface and Jam and Lewis, and you know, I was also obsessed with Jam and Lewis.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I would have been, you know, listening to nothing but that on the way, and not having a radio meant that I was in silence, you know. So I made a 24-hour drive in winter, and my heat went out too, so I had no heat in the Northeast United States and no music to make that drive, make a 24-hour drive to Louisiana. And I've done a few weird things where I've driven both to Washington, D.C. from Louisiana, these 24-hour drives, Louisiana to Los Angeles. They're almost identical
Yeah, I've done that
in
trip
distance,
before.
opposite way, right? So I've done these drives a few times without stopping.
Oh, well,
Right?
just for pet gas and then move on.
Gas and food,
Yeah.
and that's it. And just, you know, 22, 21, you know, we made out of Teflon.
Yeah.
Pretty much do anything, you know, a cup of coffee. And that drive in silence, you know, repetition. I've listened to so many Babyface songs, and I've diagram them, that I was, at this point, song structure is sort of becoming just sort of how I think,
Mm.
So with that sort of, blueprint there, I just started coming up with stuff. And that trip, I was just coming up with songs. And If I Ever Fall in Love came from that trip where I just started singing it. And in my mind, I'd sort of come up with this silly adage that if the song was good, I remember it, right? Because it happens a lot with writers. You remember a great idea, you come back, you come back later, you've forgotten it. Now we have voice notes and, there are ways around it. But then I come up with this ridiculous thing where if I couldn't remember it, it wasn't that good, right? It makes no sense. Like sometimes but again, 22-year-old me thought that. And that song I wrote and remembered line for line, almost within like 2 or 3 times of coming up with it. And I knew immediately we had something. So that on the drive back, I called guys, Darnell. I'm like, we have to go in and record this now. I don't know why. But I came up with a few. I think Baby I'm Yours was that trip. I think Comforter was probably that trip. All on that ride with no music, me being forced to make my own music. That's what led to coming up with some classics.
But what was like, if you think of If I Ever Fall in Love, were you thinking about something and then you were singing it all? And the reason I ask is because Elderbard talked about writing Time Will Reveal and seeing a couple when he was in the park, and the inspiration of what they were saying to each other was he was just imagining what they were saying, and that's how he wrote Time Will Reveal. But I'm wondering, when you're writing If I Ever Fall in Love and you're driving, are you just imagining, man, if I had a relationship, I could be relaxed? Or what inspires you to write it while driving?
Yeah, that's a great question. My methodology is I'm a storyteller, by nature. Any kind of story, long form, short form, songs. To me, they're all stories. And I bonded with L.A. Reid over this, and he said, man, he's got this great way of like pumping up producers and make them feel like they created the first song. And L.A. would say, man, you're a storyteller. I can tell. And that really, he won me over, because that is all right. I need a full story in my mind. It can be mine, it can be someone else's, but there need to be characters, for lack of a better word, in real situations, having backstories, having a lot. And then what I'll do in terms of lyrics is sort of extract, the sort of plot points of the story. And that's sort of how I inherently write and come up with lyrics. So a lot of people say, well, that's superfluous. You don't need to do all that. But I don't think so, because I think that human communication, we speak a certain shorthand. I can say certain things and the masses will understand what I mean just through references, right? So that's why I think having a full story and then pulling out lines or plot or points from that story.
Yeah.
Together is what paints the picture for someone hearing it blindly. It helps paint the picture for image of what's trying to be communicated. So that was a long way of answering. There was a girl in my U.S. history since 1877 class that I sat next to, who had a boyfriend, and we just had a thing. Like, I had a girlfriend, she had a boyfriend that we both liked. We both were, liked our situations very much, we also liked each other.
Mm.
And it was just clear. It was clear that if we weren't in these, happy situations, then we would probably be together. We got along that way. And that connection was what I was talking about. If I ever fall in love, is me telling that story.
Okay. So okay.
Yeah, that's me pulling out some of the lines from that story to describe, that unique relationship with that person. And I think, at the time I'm 21, I think that was the first time I'd ever actually, liked someone, felt happy outside of it, and felt like, okay, this is what this is supposed to be. But if it wasn't, if I had to do it over again, then I'd want it to be.
Wow. And you
Want it to be like this. So
think about
yeah.
Secret Lovers by Atlantic Starr, that type of we both can't have each other, but
Right.
and as a kid, you
Right.
you listen, you don't understand the dynamics of what's going on, but you can enjoy the story that's been told by those lyrics. Okay.
It's a great record too.
Yeah.
I still remember the video for that record.
Yeah, I still do. I still do. Brian Alexander Morgan said the same thing when I interviewed him about Week, where Shantae Moore was he was signed to J. King, and Shantae Moore was under the camp, and he felt the same weight about her, but he knew he couldn't have her, so he wrote that Week about a lustful relationship if he could have her, something. Did she ever find out that she?
Can I just say for the record?
Yeah.
Brian Alexander Morgan to me is like the most underrated, like superstar songwriter producer that I've come across. I don't know if he watches your show or sees this.
I'll show it to you.
Guy's so mega talented, man. And during the time when you're young, and I don't know if I ever really expressed to a lot of those guys, because there's like some kind of rivalry going on, specifically with the artist producers, like with Devontae and me. Like we always respected each other and liked each other, but there's always kind of like this sort of like ego kind of thing that happens with guys, specifically at that time. One of the things I like about this generation, Gen Z artists are much more collaborative and much more willing to, to share their creativity with each other. But that guy, I always thought, man, this dude is unbelievable.
Oh.
So shout to him.
Yeah.
I forgot the question.
Yeah, no. So,
I just always want this guy his respect, man.
Yeah, and I'll pass it on to him, because John B said the same thing recently, and he reposted that. So, but when you came up with it, and when the guys first heard it, did they recognize, wow, this is did they recognize, wow, this is powerful compared to what you've done in the past, or?
Yeah, this sort of goes back to what I was saying earlier about when like literally everyone, and everyone who heard that from the jump just reacted to it. It was, and this is what we say, like, something else you hear artists advise to: you have to have confidence, and you have to believe. If you don't believe, then no one believes. You know what gives you belief? When the music is good. Sean, the coach of my football team here in New Orleans Saints, the former coach, now he's coach of another team. He would say, confidence comes from demonstrated ability over time. And I really believe that was evidence of that, right? Yes, you stick your chest out once, you just simply play something and people react. You're not, it's not a, what do you think? Hey, you think you think you should, when it starts with that? No, when it's Jesus, like what is that?
Mm.
Or just my favorite reaction is nothing, where it's just
Wow.
or wow. And we got a lot of that, a lot of that. And it gave me just a tremendous amount of confidence and delusional amount of confidence. And that wound up being what was the jump off. Because once we recorded that and everyone started reacting to it, um, it again, there's always a confluence of events and good fortune and luck.
Mm.
We were lucky at one of the most powerful radio stations in the United States was right there in DC. It was very influential. There was a guy, the guy who was programming the station at the time, wound up sort of changing the face of how pop music was programmed all over the United States. It wound up becoming probably the most powerful, pop music programmer in the United States. And he was in charge of music at this radio station at the time, a guy named Jay Stevens. So it just so happened that, again, luck. I'm a baseball player. I'm coming back off of injury, just rounding myself back into shape.
Mm.
And right about that time, literally right next to my apartment was a baseball field. And this radio station was having a sort of charity softball game. And I was so, again, delusionally determined. It was like the radio personalities versus, I don't know, some of their sponsors or local politician, celebrity type thing. I somehow got on the field and just worked my way into the opposite side, the sort of whatever the group playing against the radio personalities. I got myself on that team and started playing with them. And I'm a college baseball player, so I'm out there going berserk. I mean, I like 3 home runs, like I'm just running all on, fast. I'm running like a 440 at that time. I'm like just running all over the place. And so, because I'm just, trying to figure out a way to show up. Right. And so afterward, these guys are like, man, who are you, man? Like, and so I'm like, oh, I play college baseball. Like, oh, okay. That actually makes us feel better. You're not out here just trashing us. At the time, there's a DJ there. One of the popular hosts, a guy named Paco Lopez. He's got a show. He's super popular. And he's on the other team playing softball. And he was the one who were like, man, you're a ringer. I should have known something was going on. And this guy is awesome though, because he created a make it or break it show. He basically created a platform for independent artists, local musicians to kind of showcase. And so in his show, once a day, he would basically take 3 records from local people that he ran across, and he'd put it on the radio, and have the people say, make it or break it. You guys call in, and if you like it, it's make it. If it's not, break it. No. So when after the game, that softball game, I had my tape with me. I carried my demo tape with me everywhere. And so I said, man, make it or break it. You gotta play this song. And he loves to tell this story. And he said, okay, look, man, I can't make any promises to you, but if I like it, I'll play it. And he said, I gave him a firm handshake, looked at him and said, oh, you'll like it. And he said that intrigued him. So he played it on the way, like right in the car, on his way home. And as soon as I got home, he was on my voicemail.
Wow.
Saying, man, I don't know. This song is great. I'm going to play this on my show. And I just want you to know. And so he did. Maybe 5 days later, I think he called me and said, I'm going to play it tonight. And he did. And we were in the studio. I remember it that night. And he played it. And I tried to rig the system, calling in myself. I had all our friends were calling. Yeah, I'm Leroy. I love this record. Just making a voice to be different dudes. And, you know, trying to rig it and say, yeah, you got to make this one, man. I've never heard. So, you know, the phone lines were flooded, and we stopped calling ourselves, but the calls kept coming, and people just kept asking them to play it. And this is the time where, you know, radio's programmed like that would be now. It doesn't happen. Well, you don't need it now, streaming, but something like that was just like really unheard of. And then that guy who was running the station, Jay Stevens, you know, what they call consulting, where like you have like the same like 30 people basically programming all the music across all of radio in the United States. That sort of cottage industry of programming music was just taking off. And this guy was sort of spearheading it. So he was consulting with a station in Phoenix and a station in Seattle and a station in the Bay Area. So he took that demo tape, made copies, sent it to those radio stations and all those other where he had connections, and it just started. People just started asking for it more and more. And at the time, I'm working angles. I'm still calling the labels, still doing my hustle. I've been at it for, you know, probably a year at this point, and they're just like, you know, I've sent them demos of If I Ever Fall in Love, these labels, and they're just not reacting to. One A&R guy, to his credit, a guy named Charles Dixon, heard it and thought it was great. Everyone else pretty much ignored it, and it was If I Ever Fall in Love as is, you know, the version that we have. Oh yeah, as is. This was sat, you know, in A&R guy's office, and they heard it and just didn't get it, which was cool. I even kept I think my brother kept a letter from one sort of big A&R guy that was just like, it's cool, I just don't hear it, you know, just not keep working. My brother kept that letter.
Wow.
So while I'm working those angles unsuccessfully, this radio thing starts happening in another segment of life, to the point where then what happens is word gets out, the labels start calling, and they're calling me saying, hey man, can you send me this song? And a couple of them, I was like, hey man, if you look in your desk, it might be there already. I'll send it. Probably have it. And that sort of started this sort of bidding thing. The situation that we liked the most was in LA. I secretly wanted to get to LA just because so much of my childhood was there, and just always had dreams of California, Los Angeles, and being around the Dodgers and being able to go to Dodger games. So that was a natural fit. My brother was already out there, so we started gravitating toward the LA labels, which led us to signing with who we did. And and that was how it jumped off.
At this time, did Teddy hear If I Ever Fall in Love, or had you written it when you were down in Virginia?
Yeah, that is actually, If I Ever Fall in Love is how my brother got Teddy's attention. You know, when my brother ran up on Teddy and was like, that was his pitch. Just listen to my brother's group's demo. And you know, Teddy being Teddy, he heard it. Teddy heard it immediately.
Oh, but then he okay, so he could have made a call to get it signed, or was he was with the Michael Jacksons, lots of going on, and he just couldn't focus on it?
What Teddy wanted to do was use one of his label deals, the one at Hollywood, at Disney. He wanted us to be the sort of signature act on his label there. So you take If I Ever Fall in Love, and we make it an album, and then we'd be signed to Hollywood, and then we'd be released that way. Something we thought was amazing. We thought that'd be, I mean, yeah, come through Teddy Riley, super slowly, and it just never emerged.
Wow.
But we definitely wanted it.
Okay.
Teddy heard If I Ever Fall in Love, and was going to plan to use it as the way to launch us through that particular labor deal.
Okay, but then how did you guys then leave to go back then? How long were you there before you moved back to DC then?
It was informal because nothing was happening.
Mm.
We never lived there. We were just driving back and
Okay.
forth from DC to Virginia Beach all the time. And we just kind of got a sense the Hollywood deal, ink never really dried on that. And when it was, I guess by the time it did,
and kind of moved on, but we had never actually signed. We had never formally signed
Okay.
because those deals were still being formulated. So
Okay.
we stayed free agents, and we never. That was one smart thing we never did, was to sign anything with anyone until our actual sort of major label deal came out. And
Okay.
even then, I wanted to be an independent label and somehow do it. But then I realized that If I Ever Fall in Love was taking off so fast that
You need to capitalize on it.
oops, I'm gonna plug in my iPad. There was no way that we would have the resources to be able to give that record the support it needed, because clearly it was going places that I never thought it was capable of going.
Was it the a cappella version that was blowing up, or
I think I lost you.
okay?
I
Was
lost
it
sound.
okay?
Let's see, you back?
Yeah. Was it the? Can you hear me?
1 second. Let me try some.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So was it the a cappella version that was circulating? Was that the version that everyone was hearing and was moving on? Okay. Can you hear me?
We're
Okay, can
we
you hear
got
me?
hit by we're hit by the connection gremlins again. It
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering, is it the a cappella version
you're frozen.
that was blowing up?
Let's see. That one.
Yeah. That's a, with the why did you decide to not use music behind that version, the original one, and just do a cappella?
I want to give you like a deep answer, but the truth is, Boys to Men.
Oh, yesterday?
that's the that's the real answer. Yeah, that song just popped off, and yeah, just that was just like, oh man, if we could pop off like that, it answers checks a lot of boxes, shows you can sing, just checks off a lot of boxes that needed to be done, and it was yeah, it was just kind of really hopping on a wave in that moment, saying, all right, let's see if an acapella song will work.
Mm.
And at the time, it was yeah, they weren't doing it, but during that time to sort of prove yourself singing. I think it is for a group in general, just like singing something a cappella, specifically like hits now, you know, quite ironically, people use my song. My song has kind of become a standard of what you use to sort of prove your singing chops when you're a group. I have literally never heard a group not sing "If I Ever Fall in Love," like
Yeah.
ever.
American Idol
It's
and all
just
those
kind of,
shows.
it's almost like
Yeah.
this rite of passage, right? It's
Yeah.
almost like this rite of passage thing, which is crazy because that's exactly what we were doing at that time. So now to actually have one of those songs is even crazy to say out loud, just because it's so surreal.
Mm.
But yeah, I wanted to have something. What was different about ours though was, most of these other songs were remakes. That it wasn't original doing that, and
Mm.
that was it was a different twist on it. It yeah, it was something just new, a cappella, that just didn't happen. Usually there was always it was always a remake of some capacity, some kind of cover. And it just had this sort of haunting when it wasn't intentional, but when we recorded it, just sort of the progression, the way we sang it, just sort of had this haunting vibe. So it just kind of grabbed attention immediately. So yeah, it was just let's do something different.
So so are you the one that heard though that's the arrangement?
Yeah, yeah, that was one of those things where that song, before I wrote it, heard it, I had this great conversation when we first got on with Dr. Dre, who talked about, it was a great conversation with Dre where we talked about hearing something before. And where I bonded with Dre was a conversation. We said, well, we both work in the same way where we hear it done in our minds in some kind of way. We hear the whole song done. And then the rest of the time is spent trying to match that mental image, mental audio image that we have. The entire rest of the time is trying to match it, trying to make what you actually hear in your mind into reality. And producing is where your skill set and the repetition of learning how to use your tools, you then become proficient enough to get close to that idea, right? The better your skill set gets, the closer to replicating the mental audio image that you have in mind gets better. And when people take off, usually is when their skill set starts to match that creativity, that that inspiration that they have. And I think that's where it was. I started to, and where I bonded with Dre is like, okay, I can hear that. Now let's try to make it. Now the beautiful thing about, and I think once you start getting to mastery and getting 10,000 hours, is that it gets to a point where what you start making mechanically becomes better than what you had in mind, and starts to take twists. And filmmakers talk about it a lot too, where you had this idea of what you were going to shoot, and you had it all locked down and details ironed out, and then you get there and inspiration happens in a moment and it takes you a different direction. It it doesn't mean you don't plan. And it's something I learned from my the guys I eventually went to work with in Sweden, some of the great songwriters today, guys that I've had the pleasure of working with. Savin Kotecha, I don't know if you're familiar with him, Rami Yakub. These guys, like Britney Spears, The Weeknd, they're Max Martin's partners. And I have a few hits. These guys have hundreds of hit records, and they just lay low key and no one knows who they are. But when you look at their discography, they are, they're to me the most prolific, greatest songwriters of all time. And when I got with those guys and sort of realized that we were kind of all working the same way, it became full circle. I sort of went off on a tangent there. But I think the answer to the question was yes. It started out as the acapella song, and that took us to where we got. It was actually the label. I think it may have been Randy's idea, even the label founder, Randy Phillips, who is pretty much a notable figure in the music business. Randy had the idea. Well, I should just mention, for those people who don't know, Randy went on to run AEG Live and was Michael Jackson's manager when he died, and produced the movie This Is It. And he's probably, if not in the top 3 of largest live music executives in the world. Yeah. But at any rate, I think it was Randy's idea to make a music version. And we took it back to the studio where we went and basically threw it together in an afternoon. And just kind of look for something. And I'm going to go on record because I've never been given credit for this. I'm going to give myself a little credit. I am the first producer that I know about. And if some of the other guys, producers out there, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm the first producer on R&B that I know tuned 808s using the 808 as a bass drum in a record. If you listen to If I Ever Fall in Love, Blues Bedroom Remix, that is the first time I can recall 808s being tuned and used as bass on a record. If somebody else something at me, send me a link to the Spotify to who did it. before 1992, but I'm on record as saying I'm the first.
Okay. Well, well, I'm sure what'll happen is when people watch this who are really music connoisseurs, they'll probably dig out
Bring
something.
it.
Yeah, and I'll be,
I hope so.
I'll be
I
sure to
hope
pass
so.
it on to you.
Yeah.
I think quickly the sound is not as good with the speakers as it was before. I don't know if
With these,
um why did you guys choose to go down gas with Gasoline Alley MCA instead of directly with MCA? Because if you've got a hot song, you should be able to pick anyone and make sure the terms are favorable.
right. Excellent question. And it speaks to a larger, um, call it issue or just fact about how the music business works. Uh, Hopefully, this leads to me having opportunities to have a lot more you know opportunities to talk about the music business, because there is just this flood and it enrages me on the internet of people just the music business is like sports where
Mm,
like man, everyone's an authority and everybody feels like they know everything about the inner workings of how a sport works and how the music business works. But 99% of the opinions I see espoused about the music business are wrong. People that have never been in a boardroom, never been had a record deal, signed to a major, had a production deal, label deal. Like, you can tell because the way they are framing the argument makes no sense and is completely the opposite of how the music business works. So thank you for letting me get that off my chest. Now, the reason the reason we went with Gasoline Alley, and the reason it's a great question is because it speaks to a large issue of why people sign to major record labels in the first place, especially in this environment, right?
mm,
Uh, so here's how I describe it: for an artist to break, especially a break big, where
mm,
it's not just like small success, but I'm talking like where you are what they call a priority at the label.
yeah.
I'm talking Taylor Swift, Kendrick Drake,
Mm,
the Weekend, Ariana Grande, like people who, when their project coming out, it's all hands on deck. I don't know what
yeah.
it's never said. It might not be said out loud, but it probably is said out loud in some places. Stop what you're doing.
Mm,
We're gearing up for Taylor, because of the big picture, right?
yeah.
This is the music business. These are corporate entities. Taylor, Drake, in that moment, Shai. We are the revenue generators.
Mm,
About 10% of the roster or less generates, they say 80-20. In the
mm,
music business, it's more like 90-10. 10%
mm,
of that roster is supporting everything else. So when the big dogs are ready to go, quarterly projections say, I got an Ariana Grande record, I got a Taylor record, I got a Drake record this quarter.
mm,
This is going to be the quarter. I got Morgan Wallen over here. They're looking across the landscape of their entire roster. They've run the numbers. They're expecting to do this, and they are making projections based upon those numbers,
mm.
and markets are moving based on that. People have no idea how big the picture is when it comes to their favorite artists getting ready to do music. So I say all that to say, when these benchmark projects are being prepared, the artist and their team, they don't have to just win the fan base. They have to go win the war inside
Mm,
that takes place in order to get everyone excited and ramped up, because there are a lot of moving parts to launching a record like that. Radio needs to be in tune with marketing, needs to be in tune with project managers, needs to be in tune with representatives in each region to know when we're going to be in that market. When can we time our radio station promotions and our shows around that so that we get maximum impact? There are a
mm,
lot of moving parts, and
yeah.
they're happening globally. People have no idea how much is on the line. And the people who are working these projects, their careers are on the line too, in terms of the performance of how these things do. So just imagine what kind of tension and what kind of politics and things are moving. And, you know, some artists are trying to drop at the same time. So there's a vying for attention and resources. And so, look, the relationship that happens inside is just as important and is going to be shaped. What happens outside on your drop, all of that's going to be shaped by the level of enthusiasm and organization that takes place before anybody hears your first single, right? And the Taylor Swift's the mastery. She's got it down to a science because she's mastered the creative side, and then she knows, and she's mastered the internal label side, and she's mastered the live. She's mastered the 3 different areas of it all. That's why she is an unstoppable force. It's not an accident, right? So having a sense of that sort of, you know, I'm not experienced, but I just got the feeling you need a champion working inside. And Randy Phillips at the time was managing Rod Stewart. He's a turnaround artist. Rod Stewart was huge in the 80s. Those of us who were old enough when he was a rock star as a young guy. And then in his late 40s, early 50s, he like flipped his old image around and came back as like a Sinatra type.
I remember
figure,
that album.
Right?
Yeah.
And Randy and Arnold Stiefel as partners had orchestrated this entire sort of comeback of Rod Stewart. So his juice was high. Their juice was so high. And at the time, they're launching a record label because they're smart and recognize that as managers, we are inherently babysitters, and we are at the behest of the artist, but ownership of the copyright is where the money is and where the power is. So they launched the label, and they had a mild hip-hop hit, kind of came and went, but there are 2 things that they were banking on. One, on the indie, R&B and indie. On the R&B pop side, they had us, and on the indie side, they had Sublime. And those were going to be the 2 things that they launched. And Randy and Arnold were determined to get their label off. And their label wasn't just the sort of production deal that it wasn't a vanity deal. It was a full joint venture where they were funding their side. So they had, and Randy was very, very tight with the CEO, Al Teller, at the time, who at the time is like the most powerful guy in music.
Yeah.
He introduced me to Al and gave me relationships inside. And he was tutoring me on how it worked. And he informed me, you need a champion working this. Sure, it probably worked in his self-interest, which is not a secret.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he was absolutely right. So to answer, that was a very long way
that's good.
A way to answer your question, which was, that guy gave us a pit bull inside the large universal system that we would need. And it was key, because that's why, if you notice, a lot of the records from our era are, they're big R&B records. Not many of them had that long sustained pop success. Boyz II Men and Us probably had that sort of, sustained crossover thing. And a large part of that was because Randy, working every side of Universal, saying like, yeah, this is an R&B record, but yeah, this is a pop record. This is a global record. Activate your European, Asian, get them involved. We have something that can go that way.
Yeah.
So having someone on our team who was hot because he had just had great track record with Rod Stewart at that time, so he had just like all kinds of respect in the building, because he was largely given credit for that turnaround of a superstar back to superstardom. Rod was a partner in the label also. They wanted to make him happy. So the short answer is that signing with Gasoline Alley gave us leverage points. It gave us the personal attention of a small organization with the power and influence of a big organization and a key player two key players to guide the ship.
Yeah, and because I can't even count how many people I've interviewed, but I've interviewed a lot of the MCA Uptown
Yes.
artists, even Jimmy Jenkins, and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
artists like Jack McGee, who was on MCA, and they would tell you
Yeah.
that MC had Boys to Men, sorry, not Boys to Men, New Edition, Bobby Brown, Boys BBD, Ralph Tresvant. They had all of the MCA, the Uptown stuff. They had Jody Watley, so they had so
Crush it.
much, and so they couldn't.
Dominate.
So in a way, it meant that it's easy to get lost. But as you've described, it's like those artists who were signed to, say, the boutique labels like Bad Boy or LaFace and stuff got Clive's ear because he
That's right.
trusted what they were doing, and so they were able to get that sense. But that being said, though, how did you read up on the business side of things, so understanding of publishing, understanding what kind of contractor and things like that before you agreed to go down with Gas and Alley?
I did. I
Wow.
understood how it worked. I wanted, again, my dream was to have a label
So
and
okay, wow.
do this stuff independently. I wanted to, I'd kind of grown up on the hip hop labels and watching Dr. Dre's movement. I was a big Dr. Dre guy as a kid. Um, and they were always indie, man. I remember they were on a label called Macola Records that I remember being when I was a kid and we came out to California on family vacations, I would have my brother drive me to where their offices were so I could kind of, and then like looking back on it, it was like they were just like mom and pops type operations, but to me they were legendary because their names were on these records. And
Mm,
so I'd had delusions of grandeur of sort of doing that, but then once, if I ever sort of took hold, um, you know, it was clear that it was bigger. It was going to be bigger. It had the potential to be bigger than I ever thought.
mm.
And so we wound up signing with a label, of course. And I didn't keep us from getting into a bad deal because we
Oh,
still had a bad deal, and
wow.
eventually had to negotiate. Uh, Now I did understand music publishing, so I I did own I've always owned If I Ever Fall in Love, and own the publishing. We did a co-publishing agreement at the time, which was sort of standard.
Mm,
And what happens for young artists is that you these are liquidity events, right? This is most normally the first time an artist is getting any sort of money
yeah.
and liquid money. So if there's an opportunity to get a few $100,000 or $1 million in your pocket, liquid,
Yeah.
most of the time people will go for it. Yeah, they want the prestige of a label and being signed to a major label. So if people say, "Oh, it's a lifelong dream," what's really the lifelong dream is having some zeros, numbers that don't start with zero in your bank account. And but what happens is, especially during that time, it's a lot different now, this environment. Um, but what it has you do is it has you over leverage your intellectual property, your music publishing. You know, yeah, that's the value in the music business is in owning the publishing rights and owning the copyright and the live and the live performance. Those are the three pillars of music revenue, merchandising as well. But those are the big ones in terms of just the mechanics of the business. And yeah, during the 90s specifically, there weren't many opportunities to come in with that kind of leverage to where you say, 50-50, just give me a distribution deal. I got
Yeah.
my own social team. I can get to my audience. Puff was
No.
doing a semblance of that. He was doing what you'd probably call a more primitive version of that in the street team era,
Mm,
where you'd set up interns or a group in each region and then sort of have them set up your releases so that you weren't dependent on the label, because the truth was they weren't putting the resources into developing that for our music. So
yeah.
yeah, it was he was smart enough to see that and fill that void. And now that's pretty much what we do on the internet.
Yeah. But so that time then, so when you was Gasoline Alley one of the several pitches, so you did how did you decide as a group or yourself decide, okay, let's go down the Gasoline Alley instead of say maybe Atlantic or Polygram or Capital? Did you get a number of labels saying we want to sign you? Then you looked at everyone and thought we could get better terms with Gasoline Alley and also the leverage and support.
In that moment, If I Ever Fall in Love started out as a single deal just for that song.
Okay.
And the gift and the curse of it taking off organically was that it took off organically. Wow, we have this national hit happening, but no support. It's just us doing this. And specifically at that time, now things are different. A record can sit around for a year before it hits traction and people, and it happens and it breaks. But at that time, with radio being the mainstream radio being the primary and almost sole outlet to where records are broken nationally and internationally, timing was key. Because once the momentum, went away, dissipated on a record that had some heat, like that's it. It's not going to show up on Stranger Things in a scene that everybody saw, and then all of a sudden everyone remembers, or like Miguel, where like they played the record on double time, and then it gave it like a whole new life, like later on TikTok, and then it creates a whole new life for a record. Like that was unheard of.
Okay.
What happened before streaming and the internet existed? What happened was a song got momentum, it hit that peak, and then it
drops down.
It's done. Yeah, and then there's no coming back for it.
Yeah.
Well, that's it's gone. So at that time, once If I Ever Fall in Love took off, we wanted to choose the situation that was optimal for the circumstance, which is that this record is getting picked up. We want to maximize the momentum of it.
Yeah.
And what they did, as Randy's just proof of what he could do, because again, at the time, he's with Rod Stewart, he knows all the programmers on a first name basis at every station. He knows, the owner of every arena.
Yeah.
He's got MTV at the time, the box that was like on demand videos.
Yeah.
He's wired at all these places. So what he did was, to his credit, he said, guys, no one's going to be able to break this record the way I can. And he did. And he got it. He took If I Ever Fall in Love from 3 radio stations to like a top 25 record on Billboard within 6 weeks.
Wow.
I mean, he just had that kind of juice and he could activate it that quickly. So once he did that and proved that we could do that, then we'd already set up there. We had relationships. One of the more appealing things of creatively, unlike the other places, they were allowing us to pretty much just do our thing.
Okay, we could write and produce. You didn't need to bring in Jam and Lewis.
There was an A&R staff of 2. Like there was just nobody there. And that was very appealing at the time. And oddly, when we did work with some established people, there were some producers. It just didn't work. The sound started to sound like, it started to sound like something else, or like everything else. And so it became pretty clear that they got us, they would give us room, and they had the track record and the power to do something special.
I mean, and I guess in hindsight, then reflecting now, being a little bit older, a little bit wiser, what would you have done differently when it came to signing that labeled album deal? What would you have done differently, knowing what you know now?
Now, I don't know, man. That's an excellent question. Now, of course, I would create a bidding war. I because I understand my leverage now. I didn't understand the leverage points. I didn't have enough experience to understand where the leverage even was
Mm.
at that point. So yeah, now even though, yeah, ultimately it still may have been the best circumstance, but it's certainly what that would have certainly positioned us to be in a situation to negotiate for better terms at that from the onset. We eventually went back and got better terms, on a second. Um, but we certainly started out with pretty terrible terms because we had no leverage.
Mm.
And the leverage that we did have, we were unaware of.
Yeah.
So, which, no friends in the industry, they're not out here telling you where you should be taking advantage of situations. Like, it is business.
And you know why I asked that because DJ Clark Kent, when he became an executive at Atlantic, he said in an interview that when he saw some artists coming to get signed and they didn't know the business, he was told by Sylvia Run at the time that, look, it's not up to us, the label, to teach them the business.
Right.
If they come in without realizing what they're worth, then that's on them, not on us. We don't
Right.
get the lawyers and things.
That's exactly right.
When I interviewed Take Six and Claude McKnight, they got signed to MCA, but they got signed to their country division
Right.
because the head of MCA country saw them perform and he liked them and he just said, and he signed them onto his country in Nashville as a
Wow.
novelty thing. He didn't expect, he just said, yeah, I got inspired by their music. So he gave them
Right.
country big deals, what they will give their country artists. So like almost like, yeah, yeah. So they got their publishing, they got everything, but they blew up and so went platinum and got all these Grammys. And then the main MCA said, okay, now we need to take them away
Right.
from you.
It's usually what
But
happens.
but
Right.
they got favorable because they got somebody who just said, okay, I don't need to teach you out of the money. I don't need to, because it was, but he just saw them as a nice act to put in. And I say this just because we started off talking about being in Howard and that unity and that this and stuff. And then you start to realize that actually 90% of the artists, from the black artists who start signing in the 90s, will all say, yeah, we all got taken, but we had to learn. We had to learn. I'm thinking, well, but why? Why are we why are we all getting taken? You know, Ed Sheeran, Taylor Swift, Adele, One Direction, all multimillionaires. Why didn't they get taken? Why did they get favorable deals? Why are they becoming multimillionaires? Why then, within the music industry, are black artists always being taken either by even their own people or by everyone, and not and feeling as if, well, we had to earn our stripes? And I'm thinking, but is that supposed to be the case?
Well, you know the answer to that question already. So it is definitely a loaded question, and you know the answer. Now, Ed Sheeran, Adele, they're coming in at a later date. First of all, they're coming in to your what you alluded to. They're coming in from a different system. Um, I love this adage. I don't even remember where I heard it, but it always comes through, and that's culture eats initiatives for breakfast. Culture eats initiative for breakfast. So there could be an initiative. Oh, we're gonna pay all the artists. We're gonna do it this way now. But if the culture has always been that we screw these people, we give them the worst deal. That's the culture, and that is the culture of the music business. Probably, I'm sure we could probably break it down uh, statistically in terms of if we had access to see all the contracts.
Yeah.
I would imagine that ethnicity plays a part in how deals are structured. I'm just gonna guess, but I know that a lot of artists of all races are in bad deals because that is the business. And what Sylvia was conveying to Clark Kent was the culture. So it doesn't matter. At the time, artists um, were not nearly getting the deals they get now, just as NBA players or football players weren't paid the way they are now.
Mm.
First of all, there's a lot more revenue now. Second, artists, the culture has now become that artists understand their worth. The business has been blown up by technology 3 or 4 times, has been completely disrupted through the piracy era, through the streaming era, now the post-streaming era. So I'm sorry, the iTunes era and the streaming era. So leverage points have shifted as a result. So now, of course, the deals are better. The leverage is different. You know, artists do not need labels in the same way that they once did. So, of course, that as a sea change shifts the way the leverage is perceived. Thereby, the artist can then negotiate a much more favorable situation. Just business, supply and demand. There's greater demand for me, and there's more supply of you. So there's just that. So again, we could break it down in terms of the systemic racism that exists, the cultural bias that exists, the business bias that exists in terms of labels and artists, the leverage of business, the disruption of technology. All of these things all play a part in why we got screwed.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh goodness.
And why we should be sticking that knife in and maximizing that leverage to the fullest now when given someone negotiates with me, now they know I'm coming with brass knuckles on, and it is not personal, because it's what you're doing on the other side. It's what you're looking to create the most favorable business circumstance for yourself, and of course we should be doing the same thing.
No, definitely. I guess what is interesting is that when you guys came out, it was an amazing time for R&B music, because you said Blackstreet, you had Boyz II Men, you had Jodeci, you had Silk. It was just a lot to stand out. Yeah, H-Town, yes. But to stand out, how did you guys feel that you had to stand out in order when it wasn't saturated, because it felt like there was enough for all of us, but how did you guys make sure that you guys are not going to be compared to Boyz II Men and Jodeci? Because I think the whole Howard backdrop really gave you guys that sense of, oh, these guys must be cultured and educated because they went to Howard, So it seemed, as a consumer fan at the time, like, oh, these guys are graduates and Howard University, so they're a little sophisticated compared to everyone else. But who managed that? Because you didn't, you guys blew up so quickly. Who managed your image and how to make sure that you guys always were staying above?
Yeah, I mean, you hit it point blank. At the time, there are a lot of groups. Groups are in, and it's happening, and we were very much aware of that. It is a large part of, again, why we were formulated in the first place. And a lot of them did come and go. There were a lot that you just mentioned, a ton of them. There are probably 300 more that came and went, with varying degrees of success. And now it's called marketing. But the catchphrase in the 90s was image. Like that was the thing. Like, what's your image? And they're the same thing, right? Obviously. And it was us. We were aware of that. And I don't think it's any different from now. As a matter of fact, I think now story is actually more important than music. I think that they're definitely of equal value. If your music is trash, it is. But I think that you can have trash music and a great sort of story and commitment to your story and just presence, your profile, that you can create a little mini culture about that then fuels the music. Sexy Red, like, comes to mind, like that has Take Heed beats, and shout to Camby, the manager of Take Heat, the producer, is a guy from Howard, and he's a really smart kid. And but they recognized that that there's a whole culture there, that the music, the beats hit, but there's something else going on
Yeah.
that is being tapped into, and that's a very extreme version of how I think music is marketed now.
Yeah.
But to circle around and answer your question, was that yeah, we were doing a sort of 90s version of that, where we recognized we need to differentiate ourselves, and the college thing, the sort of, for lack of a better term, sort of pretty boy polished kind of vibe, was something that we could use to our advantage and use it to differentiate ourselves. So that was very deliberate.
How did you handle that level of success then? Because I asked Mr. Dalvin from Jodeci, I mean, what was that like, just going from, yes, there's one thing hustling to become a recording artist. Now you're on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. You are
Right.
singing in front of the LA Dodgers. This is things that you can't imagine, because there's no how you can imagine being known globally like this. How do you personally handling that level of success at the time?
Terribly. Well, that's my opinion. According to my family, I did a great job with it. I stayed grounded.
Okay.
I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with that, maybe in some circles. Um, the short answer and the truthful answer is I don't know, because, and a lot of artists, I'm sure, have probably told you, or will tell you, that when something is breaking, specifically something as surreal as the way you described it, all these things you sort of fantasized about are like literally happening, and they're all happening within like all this stuff you spent, you know, 5, 6 years imagine, or more, 15, 16 years imagining. Well, it's all happening within like 90 days.
Wow.
So what what's really happening, uh just to be fully transparent, is that you are chasing it, that it's all happening super fast. It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen a professional sporting event live, and if you ever go see a professional sporting event, like go see Laker games. Used to go watch Kobe Bryant. Had family, friends with the Lakers, and I would sit right there and I would watch, and the game goes by so fast
Yeah.
when you're right there.
Yeah.
You're just like, the
Yeah.
4 quarters, and that 48 minutes of playing time and 3 hours of real time happened, but it
Yeah.
all went by just like that,
Yeah. Yeah.
because everything is so big and everything is moving so fast. And
Yeah.
that is my analogy for what it felt like.
Wow.
Everything was big and everything was moving so fast that you really don't have time to process it. And then when you do, it is incredibly confusing, to be honest, because relationships that you've had your entire life shift.
Wow.
You recognize that people that you have known one way, you can see behind their eyes that they are treating you differently.
Right.
That they, yeah. So it's weird. It um it on a deeper sort of philosophical level makes you question sort of everything
Oh.
in a weird way. Like what has been the basis of these relationships the entire time, if how the world perceives me now completely reshapes everything, or the perception of what I have financially, or me being famous.
Mm.
I understand now that that's just sort of part of the earthquake that happens with fame and money. It just sort of creates this earthquake that now, I've since of course heard a million artists talk about it, but it's not a coincidence that we all tell similar stories, that it's really, really weird. Um, the money part, I like. Fame, you could keep. I didn't really. I'm a private guy, and if I I like to move the way I want to move, and if I didn't do in this era, I'd be wild. God, if I am somehow wind up in a high profile from this interview, I hope to handle it a lot better. But it's not normal for a person to experience fame. Um, it really is. I think Gaga calls it the fame monster.
Mm.
Again, no one's complaining about money and the resources, but and I think that sort of the cliche, the stereotype is that a person becomes famous and they change, and of course, duh. I mean, people now recognize you, you know, coming out of the bathroom. But what really, really, really happens is that everyone around you also changes. No one wants to talk about that part of it, but it's true, you know. And for me, you reconcile with that, but also, internally, the guys we come up together. You know, you are so many different elements that had nothing to do with us making music are now a part of that. And again, the stereotype is that it's the money and the fame, but it's also the label politics, the fact that we're together 24/7
Mm.
for 3 straight years, the fatigue, they're just a myriad of factors that come into play with success in the music business, especially fast success. I think it's better to have grinded out, and I think that I have thought about that in retrospect. When you ask
Mm.
me if I could have done anything different, it's not in my control.
Yeah.
But ideally, I would love to have sort of come up slowly with milder hits and sort of break out over time. I think
Yeah.
that would have been. I think that would have been, you know, a way I would prefer. It fits more in line with how I like to do things for sure.
So a lot
But
of we think of like Coldplay, who would start, and Ed Sheeran, they start up small, play little shows, build up, and then develop their stage, and then get a big record. But then they've already gone through that and slowly build up.
exactly, yeah. I think those are, you know, I think those are critical moments. You don't want to skip steps, right?
Yeah.
And fast success means you have to means you. So what you have to do is either, you know, backtrack and figure it out, go back and sort of reestablish team, trust, methodology, hierarchy. Either you go back and you backtrack, which happens occasionally, but more often than not, you are forced to act because you have to finish a record, you have to get out on tour, you have to promote a record, you have to get back and think about making another one. There are there's not much time to do all that.
We think about that because I'm a really big fan of Coldplay, but I
Me too.
remember,
Huge.
yeah. But what I like about what Coldplay did, and they copied U2, is if you look at U2's credits, all the songs are written and produced by U2.
Hmm.
Coldplay did the same thing. Whether Chris Martin did all the writing or not, but he's like, for us to exist as a band and a group for a long term, we need to make sure that we stick through this, and that becomes the brotherhood. And so everyone knows the importance of, yes, rehearsals, and you can't mess it up for the rest of us. In R&B, it didn't seem the same way unless you were actually blood brothers who grew up singing. But in that case, sometimes it's like, we kind of met at a different point, and the money comes in, and it sometimes feels as if, hey, how come you're doing all the writing? How come you're making all the money here? I should be
Sure.
singing, and other people are
Yeah.
whispering in their ears. Did that, I mean, because you're working so hard to get the break, does everyone think about how do we sustain ourselves and make sure we can be doing this for 30, 40 years and not get burnt out after three or four?
Yeah. What a great description, because I think that's exactly what happens. The way you described it. And I think you also I think you juxtapose it against what does work. And to circle back around, and this is why when I say I do it over again, I would not skip the steps, because I believe what happens is that that's when you're establishing all those things that you described that make sustenance and keeping it going for the long term. That's when those things are established. They aren't established once success comes. Once success comes, the train has already left the station. How we're going to do things is how we're going to do things. But when it happens quickly with skipping those steps, then no, there's not that time to do that. That's why it's like Chris was able to see along the way as they're developing, like, oh, this is how it's gonna have to work, because you have to bump heads and go through those situations in order to arrive at that stage of band maturity, right? But because once the outside elements are introduced, then no, it's too late. You cannot go back and have some of those disagreements or conversations, because now they're colored with a completely different paintbrush, right? There are so many more factors involved now than when you were coming up. So yeah, that is a huge reason. I'm a fan of Coldplay also, because I see, and we were actually told that we did so the largest audience we ever performed at was Bill Clinton, the President Clinton's inauguration. Wow. We did, and it was wild, man. Talk about surreal.
Was that with Michael Jackson?
Yeah. So we were in, like, they have these holding tents where you can go, and one of them was like the little food, like refreshment tent. So, and they're big, maybe a little bit bigger than the inside of my car here. Not a big space, right? And sitting at a table around the cheese plate is like us, Michael Jackson, Oprah Winfrey, Jack Nicholson, Quincy Jones, R.E.M. Like, just like sitting there having snacks. And I mean, you kind of get that feeling. I've only had that feeling maybe one more time in my life, when a Beyonce experience, where I'm like, what am I doing in this room? Like, I'm the odd man out, obviously. But during that event, our outside of the snack tent and our holding tent, when we got ready to go up to perform, we were in a tent with R.E.M. and Melissa Etheridge. And so we're kind of chopping it up in there in close proximity. And I'll always remember, if he sees this, Michael Stipe, R.E.M., told me the only way, he's like, you're the writer. I said, yeah. He's like, the only way the band stays together is if all of it is shared.
Oh, he said
and all
that.
of it. He's like, we went through it. We basically broke up because of it and came back together. And I didn't want to hear that. At all. I was not. Thank you, Michael Stipe. Big fan. I'm going to go listen to R.E.M. You know, I'm going to go lose my religion. I'm losing my religion right now, listening to you tell me I shouldn't be making any money. You know, but he's right. He was right that you know, that you need to figure out some equitable way of doing it. It also doesn't work if you feel like you are carrying the load, or you feel like that's the part, you know, and that's why it requires not skipping steps and having these tough situations come up before the stakes get high. Because if if the compensation has to be split evenly with the labor, you know, everyone has to be earning their share in the same way, or it has to be felt that everyone is earning their share the same way, or doing the same amount of work. And of course, no one believes that they're not.
Yeah.
You know, who does? You know, even the devil thinks he's the good guy. You know, so, you know, I think that's part of the albatross of instant fame and money. Also clouds the judgment. It inflates the ego.
Mm.
Yeah, it creates delusions of grandeur, and I think those are factors that all come into play when you're trying to keep a band together. That's why it's so freaking hard. Even Oasis and Brothers, it's hard for brothers
Yeah,
today.
yeah, 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 yeah.
It's just hard. It's a very difficult dynamic to keep together. I heard that Rolling Stone, when they were breaking all the touring records, that that Mick Jagger and Keith Richards hadn't like spoken in a decade, but they were like coming together and doing these world tours. Um, which shout to them for pulling it off.
Yeah, it's
Do it for
like,
the brand. They're like
yeah,
for the brand. Of course, we're talking about different amounts of money than
yeah,
we're.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, making 100 million per show,
Yeah, yeah,
but per tour. But I guess that's that. I guess that's the interesting thing because, um, as I said, with bands that actually perform and play, they have all those rehearsal times and stuff like that. Um, and I guess they do have. They probably, I don't know, somebody must have spoken to them because Michael's is telling you this because he didn't start off like that, but he learned it, and look at where they are still now. As Chris said, they learned from U2. U2 says yes, they've seen others and things like that. As he was telling you this, you shut that out, but then did you think it could be a problem down the road? The fact that as because Brian Alexander Morgan, he says that because he wrote the hits for SWV, that first album,
yeah.
he was getting the money. But then as recording artists, there was a disparity, and their manager at the time was saying, "Yeah, Brian's taking." So that was the sense of, "Hey, we sing the songs, and you're taking all the money. What's going on? So we're not going to use you as much on our second album."
Yeah,
Because people not knowing the business side, but they must have
yeah.
seen the fact that you were getting if the publishing for If I Ever Fall Love and like, hey, what's going on here? Does that to separate, or does somebody explain and they say, okay,
No, I would describe our circumstance very much like theirs, except that I was in the group. That's the difference. Um, yeah, what happens is, yeah, everyone wants to be involved with what generates the most revenue and what gets you the most credit. And I think that was the case before money too, by the way. I think, there's always that feeling that everyone wants credit for everything.
mm.
And I think it compounds once fame and oops, oh, that was wild. That's my desk. I think
Okay.
once I think once edit that part. Once once fame and notoriety become part of it, yeah, I think that everyone wants to be a part of and get paid for everything. And I think it's a natural thing that happens.
Wow.
And I would definitely say that yeah, because the way then when SWV's team or chirp whoever's chirping, and I love them. I'm still very close with Taj from SWV. And I certainly wouldn't speak for them, but I was around during that time for sure. I think a similar thing happens where people are chirping, saying, "Look, well, then you need to write more. You need to write the songs. Then if someone else is getting it, why are you playing second? You know,
Mm,
situation." I think, and that conversation starts. And I think also people in general want to flex and show what they can do, think they have the ability,
mm,
whether it's true or not, to be able to make that same contribution. And so, in a way, yeah, um, I was sort of, you know, I'll say this: I had to take a back seat in terms of the writing and production on the second one because it needed to feel like it was a group effort in order
mm,
for it to be equitable. And quite frankly, that wasn't the best for us creatively, you know?
Mm.
And it's like, and of course that's getting perceived different ways because of fame and money.
Yeah.
And so, whereas I should have been writing most of the songs, that's what got us there. I should have been writing and producing most of the records. But at the same time, the rest of the group, and not everyone was the same. I can't speak for individuals. I know Mark. I don't think Mark had that mindset at all. But I'd say probably yeah. Darnell and Garfield specifically wanted to flex themselves and show more of what they could do, which is fair.
Mm.
Uh, but at the same time, I had the track record, and the Shai sound was coming through my pen. And I think had I had the foresight to understand that that sharing everything may have released some of that pressure and allowed what was creatively best to happen,
Yeah.
it's impossible to know how big of a role those circumstances played in how we creatively move forward, right?
Yeah.
I can certainly say that they did. Um, and that's too bad because not but to circle back around to something you were talking about, this is not there's no class for this,
Yeah.
right? There's no, and unless you have a team of experienced people who have gone through many of these rodeos, and usually those people who do have this experience are occupied dealing with superstar artists. They're on high demand and are busy. It's very unusual to be able to go back and learn some of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think had we been around experience, and then to a point you brought up earlier, the experienced executives in R&B who were dominating, they had a different mindset. Their mindset was, we don't need to teach. I mean, it's not our job to teach them
Yeah.
how this works. Now, I'm
Yeah.
again, culture eats initiatives for breakfast. When the culture in Black music is, or maybe all Black music, because, but when it seems that the culture in Black music is to keep the audience or to keep the artist with limited knowledge base, or how they would frame it, it's not up to us to educate the artist to maximize their leverage. Yeah, well, this is what we have. And again, I've heard Taylor Swift make these same arguments. So that's why I say it's not just Black music. Like,
Mm.
she had to record all her music over again because she didn't have it. It wasn't hers.
Yeah.
So you have to know these things. And the only way to know is to get your ass kicked, like what happens with most artists, and then figure it out. Not everyone has the resources to go and record all their music. But frankly, the courage to do it,
Yeah.
and the leverage to do it, But look at, that was what, 20 years into her career, 15 years into her career that she did that. So
Yeah.
just think, if Taylor Swift, the biggest artist on the planet, has to endure that, just think about what everyone else,
Yeah.
how they're truly positioned
Yeah.
in terms of their leverage. So, and all those factor into how a band makes its decisions, and who lives and who doesn't.
Yeah. And to be honest, my favorite show.
I lost you again.
Oh.
Hold on. Hold on. I think I.
So my favorite show was Behind the Music
Mhm.
on VH1.
VH1? Yeah,
I
they were
used
good,
to
man.
watch it
Those were so
religiously,
good.
and this is why I'm hearing these stories about all this stuff, and you see the
Mhm.
patterns, and it was mainly a lot of the rock bands, how all this stuff was happening. And of course, when you're in it, and Brian says, look, I was writing all these songs, and of course my publishing situation was different. And so I think he only wrote 1, 2 songs on there.
Right.
On the second album, then he didn't want to write Rain. He gave it to Brandy, but she couldn't record it, so he reluctantly gave it to SWV. That became their big hit.
Hmm.
But he wrote less because of that sort of wedge that was in there. And I guess I
Yes,
guess no one teaches us, the business and publishing and splits and then no one just
purposefully.
says, "Hey, why don't you guys?" No one comes to you says, "Carl, okay, you know what? It might be you can still take the lead on stuff, but if everyone sort of chips in and they feel that they own it, then it might actually be a more successful." So no one comes and has that conversation with you. It's more like,
And
well, it's
right, because the way, first of all, like, you give it, once you give a 22-year-old $1 million and a lot of fame, it's ask any athlete, it's a difficult conversation to have. After someone has pulled a rabbit out of a hat, it's very difficult to convince them that, their magic is not on point. So there's that factor. So, but of course, as with any circumstance where young talent starts to emerge, what experience is the voice of reason? Someone who has done it before
Mhm.
and has been through those wars before.
Yeah,
Those are the only people that can get the attention.
yeah,
And I sought them out. Like, I did have a lot of conversations with LA Reid, uh, about these situations because he had been through it.
yeah, the deal, yeah.
Yeah, with the deal, and kind of almost in the same exact way, really.
Mm.
But what happens is, the once the artist becomes the executive and sits on the other side, it starts to, specifically at that time, it looks a little different.
Well, I
It looks a lot
guess.
it looks a lot different.
How hard was it for you then to walk away after the second album didn't? I know you had the remix album, and MCA was they did that with your album with Bobby Brown, and I think Mary's what the 4-1 remix. They just packaged them as a they MCA were doing those remix stuff, but then when you did the third album, well, the second album,
Yeah,
and it wasn't as
perform at
successful. Yeah,
all,
but yes.
right? Didn't perform.
Yeah. Did he, do you then say, "I told you so," or what happens before then you decide, okay, that's it?
Well, yes, in a word, yeah. You know, not out loud, because, you know, partially to be a jerk. To not say it was almost just as powerful. To not say anything was a more of a jerk move.
Mm,
To just let it sit there and kind of uh, watch it not perform, which I knew was going to happen. Felt that the whole way. So, to answer your question, no, that made walking away easy, because it wasn't a surprise. It was something I saw, predicted, you know, felt that way the whole time. So when it was time for me to say, okay, this is not what we started anymore. It's not. It's just, it's not creatively what we started.
mm,
It's the interpersonal dynamic is not what it was. Yeah, I mean, this is not what it was. So it will not be able to replicate that kind of music. We didn't agree on the kind of music we should be making at that point.
mm.
Yeah, there was I think half the group wanted to go with a more conscious, like, sort of, ironically, sort of like the Kendrick Drake debate, like a a not as drastic version of it, where, like, I think part of the group wants respect, you know, and part of the group wants both, and, you know, so yeah, I think the priorities for individuals changed, which then meant creatively our priorities were different. And then business wise, the 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 situation with Brian that you described with the band, where individuals want to take more ownership and have more opportunity, all those things take hold, and then you're in a completely different dynamic, and I knew it wouldn't work. So walking away was easy because I thought it was over.
Wow. Did anyone try and talk you into staying, or was it like, well, if you want to go, go? I mean, what?
I didn't really give an opportunity to talk about it. You know, I'm drastic that way. When I make up my mind, that's it, and I was just done. And I didn't even really, we just were not communicating in
Mm,
any way. So it was like, no, no, it's not going to work. And it's going to be a slow grind when we put out a few bad records.
mm,
You know, um, in retrospect, the wise thing had we had experienced minds, people had been through the wars, um, and now I know in retrospect that the correct advice would be no, go back in fast, get right back in the studio
mm,
and go not get along until you find the record, till you find it.
yeah,
Like, go find it. Yeah. Like, no, like, yeah. If there was someone that had been through it that would have said to me, no, this is what happens. Like, this is normal, actually.
yeah,
Like, yeah, like wanting to get the hell out of here and feeling like it's not going to work is actually a natural thing that happens with bands. Like, go back, go work it out, go make that contrived bad music, and then go figure out how to make the good music without before it comes out. Like, go figure out how to regroup.
mm,
But yeah, we didn't have the experience or the maturity to grasp that, in that moment for sure.
What about the label then, Phil? Did they not? So are they too busy and like, oh well, if you don't care, we'll move on?
You know, that's a multi-tiered question, right? The label, the label is somewhat orchestrating the division,
Wow.
somewhat, you know, for their because they're looking to grasp control of it. They say success has 1,000 authors, failure has none, right? So everyone is looking to grasp some sort of ownership of it and, sort of be in control of Shai, the success.
Mm,
So, yeah, some of that is there. Not saying they want to fail, of course not. Um, but no, it wasn't helping. I'll say that. There was nothing there, you know. And also, I think they're trying to manage the situation. I think the label is trying to, Randy specifically, is trying to, you know, try to figure out a way to recapture what made
yeah,
it work.
yeah,
And then as a result is working both, working multiple angles, which just doesn't work, you know. Also, I think that also, just to keep it a buck, I think that Sublime was like becoming the largest band in the world.
yeah.
And then the lead singer, uh, tragically committed suicide. And then they really took off.
Mm,
If you recall that era and how Sublime was like a cult almost,
mm,
especially after the lead singer passed away. And so it Gasoline Alley being a boutique label, as Shai was figuring itself out, I think it was very easy for them to focus on Sublime because they were like, it was massive.
mm,
So yeah, and the yeah, I think the momentum sort of took the focus away from that just enough, right?
yeah.
Mhm.
So then when you walk away, what do you end up doing then?
So I moved to the Bay Area and I went to grad school. I got my stuff
Wow.
and I went to American Conservatory Theater. So I just wanted to go get back to like art. And so I auditioned and got into because heard there was this drama school where Denzel Washington had gone and Tom Hanks had gone and Annette Bening and all these actors I respected. Yeah, acting had always been a part of my come up, my work in the arts, and had a lot of success with that as a young person. And so I went to go get back to that, just
Oh,
to go get back to something artistic.
so when you
And
graduated, were you looking to be in front of the camera or behind, or?
I wasn't really looking to be. I didn't really have any idea, really. But yeah, I think ultimately I thought films were honestly where I thought I would be.
Mm,
Um, yeah, it was kind of a shock that music kind of broke out first, but I always had this love for film that I always thought I'd be making music for film
okay.
or doing something, and then I had success acting in high school, um, and so I thought I would eventually work my way to film. That was always sort of where I eventually thought I would go. And so I said, okay, this is not working. I'm gonna go back and go do something I love. And so I spent a couple of years doing that. And then while I was sort of on hiatus, I met the mother of my first daughter in Los Angeles. And she was Swedish. She was, um, I remember walking and I was like, oh, okay, different. I never met anyone from Sweden, a black person from Sweden.
Oh.
Well, her mom was like a Trini immigrant that had moved to
Okay.
Sweden like in the 60s and stayed.
Okay.
She was an M&A lawyer who was like on a work assignment, and I met a girl, and then went to Sweden and sort of just kind of started life there, and it was a perfect break from the music business. But if you're going from the music business for a couple of years, you might as well be gone for 30. So after staying in Sweden for a few years and then coming back and looking to sort of jumpstart my career, I realized, oh, they've kind of forgotten about you. And so I never stopped making music, but completely was like away outside of the music business, just making music
Mm,
until maybe 2016, when Randy, of all people, Randy Phillips, calls me out of nowhere and says, do you know who Savan Kotecha is? And I'm like, mm, yes. I'd listen to I'm listening to his work right now. Saban was a songwriter, and I'd become a huge fan of him. Coincidentally, he had written all of Ariana Grande's huge hits, and
wow.
he he was on what was the UK show
Is it
Simon
X?
Cowell,
Yeah, it was
X
the
Factor.
X
He was a
Factor.
judge. He was a judge on X Factor, and through X Factor had discovered and built One Direction. And I knew who One Direction was because they were massive at this moment.
Yeah.
And I knew who he was because I was just a huge fan. I just thought the guy was an excellent songwriter. And so this guy who I'm listening to a lot and whose work I'm kind of following, just randomly, it was like 2 weeks before I'm getting married. I'm in the middle of planning a wedding, and I get a call from Randy Phillips, who I hadn't talked to in a few years. He's like, Salvin is looking for you. I'm like, okay. And I'd always been a huge fan of Max Martin, and I knew he was Max's
Mm,
like right hand. And I knew who all those guys were, Rami, and I've just been following them for years and years. And I had Swedish ties.
mm.
And so Stavin reached out to me and he's like, man, I'm a huge fan of you. And would you come to Stockholm and just write with us? I have, I'm working on all kinds of stuff. I'm like, yes, I know you are. And so I literally like, I, I went to my honeymoon in Italy. I came back home from my honeymoon. I left 48 hours later, came from Europe, landed in Los Angeles, took a shower, took a nap, packed my bags, and went right back
Wow.
to Sweden. and spent the next like 3 weeks cranking out songs with those guys, and they showed me that there's a completely different way to work. That the music business of long hours and crazy, like those guys, Max and Savin and Rami, and the way they work. You can work at the highest levels of the music business and have a family and work normal hours and be efficient. And they sort of brought me back to life, and reintroduced me to the music business that I now exist in now. And it's a wonderful place, and I'm so fortunate that they found me, dug me out of the ashes.
Wow. So are you doing a lot of writing with them or by yourself now, or what are you?
By myself now, but they sort of reintroduced me to it, and since then, I've gotten the BMI award from Jeremiah with Weed, if I ever being a part of that. And then, that introduced me to a whole different branch of new talent and relationships. And I made some great relationships, just through this sort of rejuvenation. That just opened the door to a whole lot of different things. That one session, we're turning the songs for a band called Pretty Much. They have turned into a Maroon 5 song. It's turned into a few projects from there, some of those sessions. But what it really did was sort of, again, sort of reminded me that I still can do it.
Mm,
Part of it was that I've never stopped making music. I just stopped releasing music. But
yeah.
I've stayed plugged with my skill set, so that when an opportunity came, it just so happened that, and I never imagined it was going to come. I thought if it did, it would come a different way. But when it did, it was just a door that it allowed me to step through. And so yeah, I'm fully very much active and low key under different names. And
Oh,
you
so
know,
we probably wouldn't know you wrote the stuff.
nah, because what happens is, you know, um, it's the reason I think I would never like tag music. Like producers will tag a song,
Yeah, yeah.
and Max talks about this a lot too. It's like why he seeks to sort of stay low. And that's part of what I learned from him. Because if you are a brand as a producer or a writer, well, once that era is over, guess what? So are
Mm,
you. Nobody wants the song from the guy that was hot 3 years ago.
yeah.
That's just not how it works. So anonymity, um, once you are seasoned, old, uh, it becomes an asset, because yeah, if you are established, old is probably like the worst thing you could be in the music business, right? You don't want to be.
Okay.
That's why Young Berg is now Hitmaker, because he knew that that name Young Berg is attached to that era. And brand identity, whether aware or not, is a huge thing in music business. And yeah, and I certainly learned from those guys that you don't want to be attached to an era. And I think that in terms of at least the people that I knew, the relationships I had, I was very much attached to 90s R&B. And
Oh,
I knew that wouldn't work for what I was looking to do.
yeah. So because you've learned about the fame and the money, so being able to have the money without the fame. So now, if you had a hit record, number one record, people won't necessarily start knocking on your door, say, "Hey, you're back, Carl. Come on, I
Right.
need." Okay.
The people that know, the people that need to know. And
Yeah.
it turns out that that's a pretty small circle. Uh, and also now on social media, when they do know, like, just the inbox is just flooded with stuff, you know, stuff that I don't have the bandwidth to help people with. So I'm not looking to start anything like that, um, at least not publicly that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that in order to, I'm a person that can be very easily distracted, I think, especially by opportunity and possibility, right? So I think I have to sort of put these guardrails in
Mm.
front of my in front of my life, so that I can sort of stay in a certain lane. Um, yeah, and otherwise, specifically with social media, like I have to delete all. It's great that you reached out to me when you did, because I just re-downloaded the app, because I I I pull them off my phone for stretches so that I can go write and concentrate because I find myself being so affected by it. So yeah, what I've done is detached my work from, you know, my name, my whatever. I didn't
Yeah.
really have much of a personal brand anyway. I never really looked to establish one, honestly. Um, it's something I look at probably more now, probably a smart thing to do in this era. Um, but I hadn't, and it's kind of it turned out to be a good thing because and I don't have to, I don't have to be Carl Groove Martin or
Wow.
something that I'm not.
Yeah, I guess the would you I mean would you describe the music you're doing now because the music has changed quite a bit, but are you doing more R&B? Are you doing more what Mark Martin what these guys are doing, which is pop popular type of music, or what would you describe the
Yes.
kind of music? Okay, you're doing that type
I,
of
I would describe it as like, yeah, pop R&B. And well, the funny thing about it is, see, as creators, you just make, right? You just
yeah.
like, yeah, there's sort of genre things that come into play, but
Mm,
specifically now, and especially with I'm into the tools. So with AI, I can it's easier for me to switch lanes, because I very much actively use AI as a more like as an idea generation tool
wow.
because if especially specifically in a genre that I'm not working in, I'm not using any of the actual output from the model, but I'll take the inspiration from the model
Mm,
and use it to shape a sound, to shape sound in a different way, to adjust frequency in a different way that I would just making pop records. But yeah, I my approach is still the same as it's always been, but what has changed is the music itself and how it's perceived. Like the R&B of that we would call R&B is now being made by like Hozier or like Adele is
mm,
making like the sort of 90s type R&B. The R&B now, what's being, if you look at the Spotify playlists, and what's in the R&B section is more like a syncopated, faster rhythm, melodic melodic hip hop. Even the musical R&B has the cadence more of hip hop records.
yeah,
It's a
yeah,
very
yeah,
what we're calling R&B is very different from what I made as R&B. The
yeah,
R&B that I made is now called pop. It just
yeah,
depends on who's singing it,
yeah,
but
yeah.
on what it's called. So it's a very fascinating thing to be able to see from my perspective. Again, because I'm not looking to establish any brand identity with it, I'm able to sort of be a chameleon and work in different lanes. And I
Are,
don't think I'd be able to do that if I was looking for R&B producer stardom.
are you recording with the artists, or are you making the music and then somebody else is take how many artists in the recording sessions?
Both,
Oh, so okay, so the
yeah.
artists know who you are.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you were just submitting songs to a publisher and they go and okay.
Yeah, they definitely know. Well, what's been great is like when they don't know, when I'm just sort of part of a team, and then I step out for lunch, and then I come back, and the artist is like, "You didn't fucking tell me you were the guy from Shy. Oh my god, my mom loves Shy. I listened to you. I was in like a third grade." So, there's a lot of that happens in sessions. Um, but it's not for me. I try to like I had a session with Khalid. And that yeah, it was very much like that. And Khalid, I went to lunch, and I think the producers told them like that was Carl Martin from Shine. He was like, he didn't even believe it. He was just like, no way. But I find that, especially working with younger talent, I think it's better. I find that to be a little more optimal way of, sort of establishing my credibility for what I am right now. And then, you know, if my track record comes into play, then it's too late for them to judge me. I've already been judged based upon what I'm doing now.
Yeah,
As a,
yeah.
because it's weird because what happens in sessions, and I this is kind of what led me to it. It was like, in sessions, people in the music business, specifically in in creative circles, no one will say exactly what they're thinking, right? But they're like they're taking like subliminal sort of ageism shots at you. It's like, well, nowadays, you have to do it like this, or it's not like it was like in the
Yeah, what?
like,
Like music only
okay,
existed now, right?
I don't write the same way that I did. I'm not writing the same way in 2024 as I was in 94. Like
Like,
I think I can assess the difference. So it's like, but having it defensively is a very difficult way to navigate your way. You can't be playing defense.
yeah,
Uh, you have to definitely always be on offense. And if you are trying to say, trying to defend your record, it's not a good way to come about making good records in a recording session.
no,
So I had
no.
to I had to learn that I had to learn that through a couple of next thing would have been somebody calling me Unc. Yeah, Unc, when you
That's the magic word. Do you
yeah.
I mean, just as we're wrapping up, do you miss singing at all?
Only recently,
Okay.
because I have an adult child at 23, and I have two young children,
Mm.
and at 5 and 3, right? So
Oh, goodness.
and they are and they're like incredibly talented, and they see. So now they're getting to the point where they can recognize me in old 90s videos, and they're like,
Okay.
like, damn, dad, like it looks like what were their cars then type energy. Like, guys have, could you still call people? Did you still have a landline?
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's the sort of ego and competitor in you that wants to show my kids, like, look, I could still actually do this. But then I'm like, I don't know, could I actually do this?
Oh,
Yeah, it's funny because yeah, recently have I been sort of just sort of honoring the cognition that I have. That I heard Adele say this, like, where when she was getting ready to release her last album, where the label was like, well, what are you doing for TikTok during this go around? And she's like, nothing, because if everyone is making music for TikTok, then who is making music for me and for my friends and for the adults that I know? You know, if so, I'm going to be the person that does that, and and that, yeah. So only recently have I thought, like, yeah, most of even a lot of my R&B contemporaries, older R&B artists, are, will try to make a younger sound, or who is actually outside of Adele, uh, who is actually making music for adults.
yeah.
And that's it. So when I have these fleeting thoughts, sometimes I do think about, man, I should, maybe.
Would it put out a Carl Martin album and sing?
Well, I think now, again, it's a different business, and that's one of the great things about being able to operate in the business now, is that I get it. It's not an album business anymore. It's a single
Single,
business.
yeah.
Yeah, and there's no point in making a record that no one wants. Like, I think it would make sense to put out singles and see if there is an audience for it, or just
Yeah.
establish an audience that way. And then if it makes sense to do an album, do an album. But just like, like Kendrick said, sometimes just pop out the show, pop out the show, ninjas, that I could. So I don't know. We'll see. I like I said, I'm actively always recording. There is never a time that I'm not recording songs. Um,
But are you singing on the
Question
songs you're
when,
recording, or are you just making the music and
yeah, I'll sing on them. I actually just recently um posted a song on TikTok that I wrote during the pandemic. I wrote a song um while I was going through just the sort of weirdness of a pandemic and trying to emotionally figure out what to do next with my life, with my existence. I sort of realized that I'd never really sort of mourned my father's death. My father and I are very close,
mm,
and at this point, 6 years had gone by, And I met my now wife within the year after my dad passed.
Wow.
We had 2 children within like 2 years after that. So so much happened that, at this point, it's now been almost 6 7 years at this point, and I hadn't even really properly mourned my father. So just out of nowhere, in the isolation of COVID, just this, I just kind of just started writing about it. And yeah, and I made a song called Daddy's Legacy that I never intended to release. I just kind of sat on it. And then just for Father's Day at like 3 in the morning, I just got up and recorded something and then posted it. And that was like very recently, just like a couple of weeks ago. And not,
Oh,
again, not promoting it because it's not something that it's pretty, it's pretty,
personal,
it's
yeah.
not an exciting song.
Yeah,
It's not one to be marketed, but I think it was just something I needed to kind of do.
yeah.
And so yeah, that was actually my first foray in a long time of getting behind a microphone and in front of a camera and singing something. So, and it was fun. And that's actually what discouraged me. My young kids love it. They ask, they play it, they sing it, they know all the words. So that's kind of encouraged me to do it more. So yeah, actually lately I have been recording and making a lot more music behind the microphone.
Did you release it under your own name or did you use a
Yeah,
pseudonym?
just Carl Martin. Yeah,
And this is
I
only on
just
TikTok.
yeah, I haven't. I think yeah, it's on DSPs. I did upload it to because I have an arrangement with AWOL distributor. So yeah, I
Yeah.
floated it. So it's available on DSPs, but I've not promoted it at
Yeah.
all. Yeah, just a couple of TikToks because that was more so just kind of like a note to my dad and something I needed to kind of put there. I almost actually, to be honest with you, I've actually I've kind of put it there for my children, um, so that they can have that as adults
Mm.
to sort of um, to watch me process losing my father and sort of knowing it'll be okay to that eventually if and when they do lose me that they will be able to see me
Mm.
trying to figure out because I'm very 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 close with them
Yeah.
also and you know and hopefully maybe having that in there for posterity will give them some sort of guidance in processing loss.
I think the reason I ask is because, I mean, most of us who have lost our fathers would always look at Luther's Dance with My Father, because there's not very many songs sung by a man about the loss of their dad.
Mm.
And I don't know if you know Daryl Simmons from signing partner with LA Babyface.
Oh yeah.
So when he came out with a Christmas album where he wrote and produced a number of years ago, and he sent me a copy and ahead of our interview, and there was a song he had called One Wish. And I lost my dad during the pandemic, and so when I listened to that song, it reminded me of my dad, and just reminded me of remembering all those memories. And when I spoke to him about it during the interview, he says his dad passed away suddenly, and he wrote that song for his dad. So I could relate to it, even though it was a female singing as the
Right.
song, but I could relate to it, and it was like, there are many of us, especially as men, and here's me, the therapist, talking, that really don't have that outlet to be able to grieve and mourn or talk about a loss, especially when we lose some of our father figure.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, there's not much that we can gravitate to apart from that Luther one. So that's why I think songs like that are really
Wow.
uh, pertinent and very important for us to be able to, yes, be proud of that, but also probably reform our relationships with our own kids so that they don't feel that sense of, they can feel a sense of loss, but they can say that, well, at least we had all what we needed to do. There wasn't anything we didn't say that we wish we could say.
Yeah. Wow. That's powerful. I can 100% relate to it. That is the sentiment. So that that's what was actually really interesting to reconcile with singing something specifically. That was that I wanted to just put something there for any of us who are trying to uh, figure out what happened. Because um, losing my father, I'm sure it was similar for you because of the way it happened. Is it, it reminded me a little bit of sudden fame, because suddenly my father was just there for 40 some years, and then not. And then it's like, huh? So it 5 6 years in, not only am I not coping or mourning, I'm still in a state of shock a little bit, um, that this has actually happened,
Mm.
that he's not coming back, that we're not gonna just be able to get on the phone and work it out, or whatever it is, um, that it is the finality of it. And that's what I wanted to do, was put something there. It's called Daddy's Legacy. It's on DSPs, it's on TikTok, but it's there. Not, and I didn't want to promote it. I just want to have something there if someone is looking to relate to to loss,
Mm.
just to not feel so alone, or weird, or that you know, one of the things I talk about is one of the things that people ask you incessantly after you lose someone close is, if you need anything, just let me know. Let me know if you need anything. And I almost called the song that, and I will do a song about that eventually, because the irony of that is I have no idea what I need.
Yeah.
If I knew what I needed, I'd be off somewhere getting what I need, instead
Yeah.
of sitting here handling all these 10 million things that have to be handled before I can even recognize what's happening here.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I need. I don't, yes, but you're asked constantly, if you need anything, I don't, yes. If I needed something, I would, I would call you, and chances are you couldn't give it to me.
Yeah.
So I needed that. I needed to, what I needed to do was get it off my chest. And yeah, so I encourage you. Yeah, what was a weird thing that happened while I was making that was my loss of my father turned into something bigger, as we go full circle now with this interview. Is that I sort of, as I was singing, feeling the trauma of losing my dad, I was kind of feeling his trauma, and of all the things that he saw growing up, and that
Mm.
my ancestors saw growing up, and how all of that shaped who I am, and how it's something that I am looking to live up to. And that's why I called the song Daddy's Legacy.
Mm.
And I did for that reason, because as I'm in this sort of emotional stream of consciousness, that I'm sitting in front of my computer just trying to figure out that's what's coming. So as I'm sort of getting this song out about fatherhood and life, along here comes all this other sort of generational,
Mm.
sort of much deeper feelings that came out of nowhere, that sort of working their way into the fabric of the song. So yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know how I don't know how I got here, but to full circle around, yeah, I am now at the point where what I am making is now, I think, representing who I am, where I've come from, and all of the experiences combined. So yeah, what you hear from me now will be some sort of, combination of that, and whatever silliness pops into my mind. So
Well, Carl, I appreciate the fact that you've been, I started this during the pandemic. My dad saw the beginning, but unfortunately caught COVID and suddenly it's disappeared. So, yeah, he was here 1 minute, he was coughing, went to the hospital, and then never came back. While he
right,
was on visiting us. So, and I don't know if I've fully mourned and grieved, but I know that part of what I try and do with these stories is not just to talk about the actual music journey, but find elements of inspiration that the others who watch can gravitate to and relate and stuff. So yeah, so that's why I appreciate your honesty. I actually hadn't planned to start off talking about the Black legacy and civil rights and things like that, but it felt like that's where it was starting, and it then helped us shape to where we are, and really full circle as you pointed out.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We should probably stop before I start, getting into some scandal.
No, 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 no,
I start
no.
Cat Williams. I might go on my Cat Williams.
No, no, no.
Start calling
But
out everybody from the 90s.
no, no. I guess just on ending that in a humorous way, I know that um, um, I know the guys are still performing, but the two of the guys from Rift have joined in. Do you guys ever, after all these years, are there any relationships like okay, what's going on and stuff, or
We actually revisited, I think maybe like 2016. Excuse me. We actually revisited doing maybe like a reunion record, and I think Randy had a label situation. He reached out and said we wanted to do something like that. No is the short answer. I'm not a nostalgic guy in general, right? Part of the reason I don't perform with Shai is because I I barely like performing records once they're recorded, period. And this is when they're new. So for me, the idea of going out on the road to relive the past is just not. Um, you know what? I don't mean that to be disparaging, because
No.
I think it's great to a certain extent, especially when it looks good. I think it's great to be able to sustain it, and for
Mm,
the people that that grew up listening to Shai during that era to be able to relive those experiences, because that's part of it. Um, but I personally, I don't have any desire to be on the road that way, or definitely doing old material. I just kind of have
mm,
moved on, and again, and the juice for me has always been about making and creating.
yeah.
It's always been where my true passion lies. So it would be disingenuous for me to try to get out on the road and be in a situation that I don't really normally just enjoy. I'm just not wired that way.
Yeah. What
But
about Mark? Can you
glad.
talk to Mark?
Oh yeah, Mark and I talk quite a bit. Actually, we both have young children.
Mm,
Uh, yeah, Mark is he's probably the person I talk to the most. But yeah, we're constantly in touch, actually.
and
And
how do you do your music being in the Bay Area? Well, not being in the South, where most of the stuff that happens seem to be in LA or New York and stuff. Do they come to you, or do you fly out to do the recording and stuff? Or
I fly out. I spend time LA, New York. I live in Austin, Texas, as you know.
okay, not
Did you know that?
okay. You're out of
Yeah.
Louisiana. No,
Yeah.
I actually thought you were still back in Louisiana.
Oh
Okay.
man, no, no, no. I live in. I mean, most of my adult life was in LA, and then moved to New York right before the pandemic. Spent
Oh.
some time, a few years in Stockholm, um, but most of my adult life has been in LA and New York right before the pandemic, and then having young children right after the pandemic. My wife and I decided, New York might not be the place for young
Yeah.
children.
Yeah.
And so we auditioned cities, and this was our favorite. I've always been a big fan of Austin, but it's such a promising economic environment, and great culture, great food, and it's sort of in the center. My mom's still alive at 82
Mm,
and
wow.
gets me closer. And Louisiana is a statement whose government is ass backwards, to be polite about it. I'm
Yeah.
being nice,
Yeah.
Louisiana. I need to get it together.
Yeah,
um,
goodness.
so this was as close to Louisiana. Houston and Dallas are great cities in Texas, and but they're almost too lit. Like they're
Yeah.
just like
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
so
yeah.
they're so active. Austin's great. Austin is that mix, and it's and Texas is a very interesting environment. I never ever thought I would live in the state of Texas, because I turns out that I completely misread it. It's not at all like I thought it was. But it's a very thriving environment, and this city is exciting. It's actually got a rich Black history that I didn't know about until I moved
Mm,
here. You know, Austin is only. I've been to a lot of cities where there are a lot of Black people, but at this one, the airport's named after a Black woman. I mean,
wow.
the terminal is named, and you don't see that too often. And so it
Wow.
turns out Austin is a very forward thinking city, and my family we love it here. In terms of the business, I mean, it, the business pops here. South by Southwest is one of the largest
Mm,
conferences in the world. Now, what's interesting and what's a fascinating sort of development for me here, potentially, is that the live music business is massive here, but the recorded music business is not that big here. Uh, BMI has sort of relatively recently opened a creative office in Austin. It's the only one in this region, so there's a lot of a lot of opportunity to grow the business in a way. And yeah, I'm looking at something like what's been done in all the different markets, just like LA and Face were able to go to Atlanta and start
Atlanta.
something.
Mm,
And yeah, this is an environment that has a lot of talent, and now we're looking at a different thing, because again, like, I'm not sure that people sort of recognize what AI really is. And if you could see some of the tools and what's like, I don't know if you're familiar with some of the apps, like some like Suno and Udi, and some of the things that are happening. I'm gonna
mm,
send you some of the samples of some of the music. Like, it's
okay.
like, in a couple of years, we're gonna have to really, really, if not less, redefine what it means to make music.
Wow.
And yeah, and the role of the artist. Yeah, this is music. We If we thought that the streaming and downloads were a disruption, this is a much bigger disruption of the music business. Like, yeah.
Wow.
So I'm I'm and a lot of people are pushing back on it, saying, "Oh, this is the death of creativity." I don't believe that. I believe, especially in early iterations, I believe that the people who benefit most, like, normally will be the fundamental creators like myself, who simply use um, AI and tools to add to their fundamental way of working, and then basically use it as a way to go faster. And they
Mm,
use it as a way to take some of those core principles of fundamentally making records and applying it, and using applying technology to it to make it happen at exponential speed. And so I think that's going to be the first iteration. I don't think we're on our way to being replaced, but we're definitely going to be replaced.
wow. Because I think
It's gonna take some time, but
because what people see is you're able to use AI to regenerate Tupac vocals and
yeah.
stuff, and I think that limits what the true thing is. If you are using AI to start creating a type of record and then adding some layers upon it, that's taking things to another level. It's almost like, well, do I need to learn how to play the bass, or do I need to know how to? I can be a producer then. Can if
No, no, and it's not just no, the A has been being sneaked into the tech the whole time, but now, now it's been branded as AI. But if you look at the Logic, you know,
okay,
the digital, the computer, the program that people are using to make music, and now they're all going to do it in their next few versions. But Logic has bass player, the piano player built into the DAW. And when I first heard about this, I'm like, oh yeah, that's going to be some cheesy. No, nope, no. Turns out that the AI bass and piano and Logic are excellent. The models have been trained like humans, and it is, I mean, nearly indistinguishable. So you're
wow,
going to not nearly, completely indistinguishable. So what you'll have first is professionals using those tools to not have to have more autonomy. That's going to be the first phase. Um, and then idea generation, like, yeah, what you said, like, can give me a trap R&B song, female vocals in the key of F sharp, and it will give a really corny version of something that sounds like a Sade song. But then, you know, the seasoned person can say, okay, that's trash as is. But that just gave me an idea
Mm,
that you can iterate on very, very quickly.
okay.
So, and that way, something AI assisted will be indistinguishable because pros will be using it and they're not going to tell you they're using it
Yeah.
because I'm in the sessions with them and I know they are. So they'll be using it as ways to just make things go faster. But then eventually, as the models get better and the tech gets better, then like yeah, the lyric writing will get better. Right now, it all kind of comes out as a little bit cliche and pretty easy to distinguish, but it's not. It won't always be that way. It's going to get better and better and better.
Wow. I know the
Fascinating
therapists
times.
they're gonna replace me easy because they can all they I've seen them write up assessments and reports. So yeah, none of us are safe.
It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while because one of the fascinating things is that everything kind of went. I would say in 80s, 90s, it was everything went toward technologies. You need to be an engineer, you need to be a
Yeah.
coder, you need to be technology. The irony is that all these degrees that we thought were useless, the liberal arts, the psychology, the human mind, that is what is going to be needed to train AI models and do things that are going to fuel the next phase. It's going to be language and things, those who have the skills to communicate the human experience to the artificial intelligence. That we're getting super deep now,
It's
but
getting scary too.
that's where those are going to be the valuable skill sets. So the irony is that the liberal arts mind will transform into the technology mind as we transition to an artificial intelligence assisted life. It's wild, man. Wild times, brother.
Yes. Anyway, before I
Wild
leave,
times.
I always ask my guests, what is your favorite all-time favorite movie?
Ooh, I gotta pick one.
Yeah. It's almost like you need a pastime, and they say, okay, we'll play your favorite movie while you wait for the airplane or wait, to.
Oh, okay, well, you frame it like that, I guess. Inception.
Oh, okay. Very deep Christopher Nolan one, yeah.
Oh, man, I've watched this movie. Yeah, yeah. Actually, Chris Nolan, here's two of my top five: The Dark Knight, the Batman movie. That was one of
Oh,
my Um, for the longest time, before Inception, it was Chinatown, Jack Nicholson breakout.
okay,
Yeah, classic,
okay.
classic. I love Chinatown. That's always been my favorite movie.
But
But
Inception has taken over.
until Inception, yeah,
What about song
yes.
then? All-time favorite song, just by and there's just your go-to song. They're about to put on the movie, but it's gonna take a few minutes, so we'll play your favorite song before you.
One song. Oh my God, that's not even right. If I ever fall in love, shit, fuck shit.
No, I thought you were gonna
I'm
bring
just-
a babyface song or something. Go
I
on.
was, but man, there one song.
Oh, well, yeah, Lady in My Life, Michael Jackson. That's my song. I have other songs that are great, but that's it. So I believe everyone has.
That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I would have to go back to um, if I have to pick one. Jeez, man, you make me do this. I'm gonna go with something again, full circle moment. I'm gonna go to "Remember the Time" from Michael Jackson.
Wow.
I love that record so much for so many reasons. Uh, so when I met Michael Jackson, that sounds like a flex. When I met Michael Jackson, uh, I didn't know what to say to him. I said, "We have the same birthday." He goes, "Oh, really? That's cool, man." And that was it. I walked away.
Are you kidding me? Was this
I
surreal? I mean,
ran away.
when seeing him, was it surreal? Did it seem real to see him?
No, no, no. I mean, Michael Jackson, you know. But then it was good to like because Randy, um, through through Randy, he had really deep relationships with Michael and Prince. So it was really good. One of the good things was that through his stories, he humanized them and told me stories that made them seem like regular people, and so that was actually nice. So then when I did finally meet him, I wasn't, I was aware that he was human, but I mean, was he human? Because dang, look back at some of that stuff, I'm like, how did you do that? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, the human being could just do all that stuff.
But
But
you
yeah,
couldn't extend, you couldn't prolong in a conversation. It would.
no, no. I'm gonna say something stupid. It's only a matter of time. But yeah, if I was smart, I would have been like, "Hey, Mike, I just wrote a song for you." Like,
Yeah. Wait,
I was smart.
how did you still keep in touch with Randy? I mean, after leaving Shai, how does he keep your number after 20 plus years? I mean, how does that relationship?
Well, funny. Two funny points about that was that we both have the same number from the 90s.
Nobody does
I
that.
have not changed my phone number in probably 35 years.
Wow.
I don't even know if I should be saying that on the internet, but my number's still the same, and so is his. Now we both added other lines, uh, but we both have the same number. So, and we've always kind of stayed in touch every now and
Okay,
then.
you always kept in touch, even when you left the group and stuff.
Yeah, you have lapses, but where even like years where we don't communicate, but every now and then we just get together and yeah, and have a chat. He's still, still doing some incredible things. And he's just, he was my first real mentor and
Okay.
only real mentor in the music business. And yeah, and every now and then we'll still connect and sit down and talk about the state of affairs, and yeah, you just happen to have my number.
I'm saying this because um he calls you up to give you this break that you had with, with these producers and things. And I'm wondering what kind of impression you left on him even after the walking away from the group, that he still thought about, let me, that call was a good one. I just want to check in on him, because not many people, especially since he was, Rod Stewart, AIG, one of the biggest Live Nation things around,
Yeah,
to still remember you, an R&B singer, songwriter, producer that's black. I mean, it's not a normal thing. So I'm saying this because he's very busy, powerful man, and he's still remembered and looked out for you. So what did you
yeah.
think happened that he still?
Well, that's a layer. That one has a lot of layers to it. Because we sort of give each other shit about it in a way, because from him, he's sort of taken other people under his wing and sort of kept them with him the whole time.
Hmm.
And I always felt like, well, he would tell me, you know, quite frankly, a lot of it is rooted in disappointment. I think mutual disappointment, to be just to be frank about it. I think that he thought that I was smart and talented enough to where I should be. He would say it, like Puff and Diddy, or whatever. He's like, you should be walking laps around these dudes. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you maximum? Why aren't you not doing that? That is why I brought you here.
Hmm.
And I am like, well, you gave me half the answers to the test, and kept the money for yourself. Like, I'm doing well. Okay, you're doing phenomenally. You have kids that were around the same time that you have kept with you um, the whole time. So if you really were that committed to my success and thought I really had that, then why, you know, we could get into the reasons. which I won't right now. But um, so I think we have sort of this mutual sort of love, respect, and thing with each other. I think um, yeah, I think we're able to connect in a way, a different way that keeps our relationship intact. We kind of see each other that way. So I think that's why we stay close. Um, I think he likes my ideas. I think I have a few mentors, unusually powerful men who don't meet with a lot of people, and I think that I uh, I think that I'm really great at listening, and I think that I think I'm great. I think I'm a good mirror of uh, for powerful guys to vent, and I think my responses are objective and frank and honest, and I think I'm able to communicate it in a way that is not insulting because usually a lot of ego comes with that kind of power. So I think I'm able to speak frankly in a way that powerful men find refreshing. Um, so to answer your question, I think that has something to do with it. Um, but I'm grateful. I'm always trying to collect mentors, and that's a relationship that we've been through a lot. We've had times we haven't seen eye to eye or spoken to each other or cursed each other out, that kind of thing. But we've always come back to being friends. I'm very grateful for.
Well, it's been great, and I actually appreciate
Yeah.
you giving me an opportunity to talk to you because you are you almost would erase from history, kind of disappeared, and you have a very
Well, I got to pop out and show. I got to pop out and show now, I guess.
yeah. In fact, there's hardly any pictures of you anywhere.
No. Some of that is purposeful. I tried to wipe the internet of my wardrobe from the 90s.
Yeah, but even present day pictures and so and stuff.
No. Yeah. I very, very deliberately just stayed back. And that's very difficult to do in this age of the internet. There are a few like you've seen so my in a weird twist of fate, my older cousin is an actor named Richard Lawson, and he is famously divorcing Beyonce's mother, right? Getting a divorce from Beyonce's mother now, and Rich is we're very close, and during the wet when he and Tina were married, I spent a time around them and B&J, and so I was photographed out, and I started seeing a few things about um, people saying, "Oh, did you know that Richard Lawson is cousins with Karl Martin from Shai?" And I started seeing that kind of thing started kind of get leaked as I was hanging out with them a little bit, and so I pulled back from that pretty quickly because again I'm super private and I've done some dirt, so I don't want my dirt out in the streets. Okay, I don't need all my 90s dirt, who I was dating. I don't want it. Y'all know who they are. You've seen them. Yes. I don't want it out. I have a family. It's great.
Okay.
And I just I just enjoy privacy. And again, I'm having to it's great. That's actually why one of the reasons I sat with you is because of what you said. It's kind of it is kind of erased in a way, and the few depictions I've heard of me, I'm like, that is not even close to true. And then it's kind of like that line in Hamilton, who lives, who dies, who tells your story. And it's like, I think it's sort of come upon me now having young children. I don't know why it took me so long to realize this, but if you don't tell your story, someone else could, or not, and if they could, it might not be accurate. So maybe I gotta pop out in the show ninjas. I don't know. Maybe I do.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you
Maybe
gave me
that's what
this.
this is.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you did give it a chance, and again, you could tell I'm not a scandal kind of player. It's really for me, it's the journey, the personality, the human side of everything, and that's pretty much how.
Right.
Yeah, that I trying to celebrate that, and I'm going to make
Yes.
sure that we listen to
Love it.
Daddy's legacy, and and hopefully, if it starts to get traction, we may get you may get a video done or something like that.
Maybe so. Well, you'll see little clips of what I did, just standing around, just sort of performing it, in solitude. Um, but yes, I did know that about you. I'm full disclosure. I did. There's part of the reason I haven't talked to anyone is because, uh, I wanted to respect the person I talked to and see what kind of work they do and what their approach is. And yours is very much akin to mine. I love what you're doing, and yeah, that is the reason I wanted to talk to you, because you're doing it in a very thoughtful, intelligent, and in your heart, I can see the passion that you have for the music and for the process, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, Namdi. I appreciate you, man.
Oh, thanks, Carl. And hopefully, yeah, and I appreciate the fact that you gave me that opportunity to even talk about. I was fascinated about, the growing up in Louisiana. That whole stuff is really fascinating to me. And because when I moved to the States, I tell you, I couldn't understand. I'm like, one of my guys in school says, I'm going to quit because there's a ceiling and I'm never going to pass it.
Right. You're like, what?
And yeah, I'm
What does
coming
that even
away
mean?
thinking, I'm like, look at this opportunity. I could,
Yeah.
the only thing I can't become is president because I wasn't born here, but I could do anything else. And I could see
And
that,
that
but
is
he
true.
couldn't. And,
Right.
and, and I couldn't, and it took years before I recognized that, wow, if my dad had told me about, yeah, how he got beaten and how he almost got let, and that's real stories. It would have affected what I saw and how I saw myself. And
Of
so
course.
I changed my perspective and I saw myself as somebody to say, well, let me give you a different perspective and slowly support you through that. And doing this is really celebrating people's life and legacy and inspiring, as opposed to the dirt and the stuff like that, because there's enough of
Right.
that out there. But it's really,
Plenty.
yeah, to watch the stuff like that. But
Yes. Thank you.
yes,
Thank you.
well,
Yeah,
I
we're
appreciate, yeah.
yeah, that's another conversation. Yeah, we'll have to have a camera about that. We'll continue that because you hit on on a very interesting point there. So we'll further that. But for now, again, thank you,
Yes.
man.
Yeah, I
Thank you for the
appreciate it.
opportunity to
Yes,
talk a little
yes.
bit. It turns, a few things to say.
Yes, you
Uh,
definitely did.
hopefully you can edit this into something compelling. But
Well, what happens is that you have just oh yeah, I just forgot to say. So as a producer, who would make your top five? Because I've just finished with Tim and Bob, I've just finished with Tony Rich, and so
5 producers. Okay, Babyface, obviously.
now is that LAM Babyface or just Babyface alone? Because those
Oh,
they're two different eras of Babyface.
100% the LAN face era. Because
Okay.
yeah, that's whew, man. See, you're the real deal. Because there is very much a distinctive difference between the sound of LA and face. LA, man, when I met LA, it's great, my LA Reid story. We bonded over this is what I told him, that when I met him, they had just broken up. He wasn't producing anymore. Face is producing by himself now, and
Mm,
LA was running the Face. And I told LA that I thought the sound still sounded like Face, but it missed his drums.
mm,
LA is a drummer. So LA, that's how he was my model for learning to program drums, because he programmed drums like a drummer.
mm,
And he structured his programming, because at the time, Prince was using drum machines, um, but more like as loop mechanisms in a way. He would kind of just find a groove and kind of leave it there, which was dope, because it turned into When Doves Cry and Kiss and stuff like that, and like using Lynn drums. But LA was sort of the first producer that I knew of, and Terry Lewis, also a drummer. They were programming, the drums with patterns, multiple patterns, 16, 17 different drum patterns on a song, changing at different areas in the song. So they were actually structuring the song through drums. And so when I met him, I said, man, that's what's missing from the sound, to me. Now, of course, he had many hits Face did by himself. But yes, the LA and Face era. So that's one.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me ramble on that.
That's good.
That's one. But they count as one, though.
Yeah, yes.
Jam and Lewis.
What's about
Max
them?
Martin.
What's it about
Right.
them? Is it the writing, or is it the jams piano? What's
Yeah, both. See, because now they're so one of the best things about man is like about having a hit record was because I got to fanboy out with the people that I cared about. You know, when we did a show in Minnesota, I was like getting on the phone with the label. I was like, I gotta go to Flight Time. That's what I want to do. I'm in Minneapolis. I want to go see where they record. And Jam was super open. He doesn't even remember it, but he invited me into the studio. Him and Terry sat with me, and they showed me like their custom Harrison console and these custom Osberger monitors they had. And I remember all this stuff, and I was just like fanboying out, asking questions like, "Man, when in Janet's records, like when it just sounds like 10, like 300 tracks of vocals, how do you make these layers?" Because like I'm like with the Shai record, I was trying to figure out what reverbs and delays you were using to try to get this sort of bed of sound. How do you do that? Like, what are you using? He said, "When it sounds like 300 tracks of vocals." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "It's 300 tracks of vocals." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Oh yeah, we will multi-track 16 different tracks of one part of the harmony, bounce that down, do 16 more of another part, bounce that down until it turns into hundreds and hundreds of tracks of background vocals." I was like, "Are you kidding me? That's how you do it?" Whoa. And I was just like,
wow.
and I started doing that. Oh yeah. Immediately I started doing that. So a combination of like they were like part of my childhood. Alexander O'Neill, Sherelle,
Oh yeah, SOS band, yeah.
SOS, the stuff they did with Human League.
Yeah.
I mean,
Climax, yeah, they did, yeah.
I mean, like there's so many. The
Yeah.
new when they brought New
Oh,
Edition back
home,
with
yeah.
Ralph's
Any
Ralph
heartbreak.
stuff was
Yeah.
incredible. The stuff they did with Johnny was dope. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I really love. Oh man, oh my god.
Yeah.
So when you go back to LA and Face, the stuff I love, LA and Face, the era that I loved was the Whispers, Karen White,
Oh
um, yeah,
They
the
had
last part of the deal kind of regroup era. Man, that stuff knocking.
they
I
had Pebbles, The
Yeah,
Boys,
man.
yeah.
I loved those records that I loved. And then
Even the Don't Be Cruel album, that was,
which one?
Don't Be Cruel
Bobby?
album.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that was really their signature. That's when they really popped out.
Yeah,
Like,
it is
yeah,
actually LA's. I mean, people. I mean, his drums, especially on the Karen White stuff, like Secret Rendezvous and all that stuff. You can hear the drums really take the step. You can hear his faces, background vocals. You can hear his background vocals on there, but it was a distinct sound.
I could sing it, man. Like the pattern, I knew the pattern so well, and this is how like really like I would nerd out on this stuff, man. I knew all of his patterns. I knew which sounds he was using. Like I just yeah, I really love this stuff. And with Jimmy and Terry again, I was like their vocal techniques. Jimmy Jam is the best like piano voicings. Like
Mm.
he can make the same chord that somebody else is playing just sound so full and just yeah. And, they could. What I loved about Jam and Lewis is that they could do really complex musical stuff, but make it mainstream. And that's really difficult to do. Like
Mm.
if you
Yeah.
listen to music now, it's very dumbed down, very like, 3 note, 4 note chord progression. But Jam was doing like seventh chords, ninth, 11 chords, and like throwing that stuff in pop records. Like, what? You know? And then abandoning all of that stuff, Janet, and then just do straight like drums and sound effects, and then like do a record that's just drums for like the first 3 minutes, and then just throw a bridge and it just like goes off somewhere. You're like, what? I could not figure out how they were doing that, man. So LA and Face,
Yeah.
Jam and Lewis, Dr. Dre.
Okay.
I mean, drums. I mean, he might be the best overall producer of them
Wow.
all. Because, yeah, if you think about Jam and Lewis did it, but I mean, you just think about what he's doing concept albums. Like he is taking an element of culture, like something like The Chronic or like Snoop's entire persona,
Mm.
and then not just creating the slaps, the songs, but then making them this sort of this manifestation of the person. Like the Snoop Doggy Style album sounds like Snoop, like from the sense, and it's in the details, it's in the sense, it's in the samples, it's in the musicians and how they're playing. And when I met Dre and talked, I realized that's all him. Like he has a vision for something, and he has the musical understanding to either make it or pull it out and put it all together into something. So yeah, that's producing.
Wow.
So Dr. Dre, for sure.
Okay, so you got your 3.
Max Martin. Max
Because he's not a household name. I mean, for any of those pop rock stuff, and we will know Mark, but he's not. We don't see him on TV. We don't see his flashy cars.
Never seen. You don't even know what he looks like.
No.
Do you know that statistically, I think Paul McCartney is number 1, but he is the biggest, most successful songwriter of all time in the history of recorded music. He has more recorded hits than anyone. Max is now on a 35-year run of hits, and no one knows what he looks like.
Wow.
Think about that. From Britney Spears, Hit Me One More Time, to his Bon Jovi era, his NSYNC era, his Backstreet Boys era. I mean, his Kelly Clarkson era, his Ariana Grande era, his Weeknd era, Adele. Like, he's everywhere. He's got the new Coldplay single now. He's everywhere. And he always has been. And no one knows what he looks like.
Wow.
Like, he's the guy. So Max, yes.
So you
Max.
got
And he's done it across genre. Look, R&B, rock, pop. What hasn't he done? The only thing he hasn't done is hip hop. I don't know. He doesn't really need to.
So who's the last one on that?
Max. Woo! 5 is tough. 5's tough. Oh. 5's tough. Oh man, 5 is really tough. There's so many different ways I could go. I'll go with Quincy.
Okay.
Quincy Jones. Yeah. Just basically because of what Thriller is. And because of just what he is. I mean, just because of what he sort of means to the entire idea of producing a record. So
if we did not have the Thriller album, would we be rating Quincy as much as we do? Because most people would say, what is, he did some soundtracks, and he did some other things, but outside of Thriller, is it Quincy or is it Michael? Because I do always wonder that, because a lot of people call it Quincy, but is it because he did Thriller and Bad? Or if he didn't do that, which other albums would we pull up and say, yeah, I mean, apart from some historical classic stuff, but
yeah, and I mean, not only do I agree with that, like that's why I hesitated. He gets in my top 5 strictly because of Berlin Bad. And the stuff he did with Sinatra. And I'm giving him the historical. He gets the legacy award because of what he did with Sinatra. I mean, he's producing Ray Charles. Like he's getting legacy. I mean, he's done it on a few different levels. And I mean, but that's probably more of a career achievement award than it is. So I guess if he's in my top 5, you're talking me out of it now. Actually,
I'm thinking of because I was like, everyone
all right,
would
I'm
say
changing.
quit.
All right, pivot. I'm changing. I'm changing. Once he's out,
Okay.
5. I'm gonna go where I was gonna go originally. Stevie Wonder
Okay.
as a producer, because his track record is long. It spans different eras. I mean, he doesn't get credit because it was mostly him.
And that's why
And
I
if I
wonder,
have to
yeah.
do another one,
Hmm.
you don't get another one. I forgot. Oh, there's 2 I forgot. See, but they're artists. See, that's why it's tricky because they are producers. I'm rating them as producers. They almost have to share my 5 slot because the producer artist shares my 5 slot. I know I'm cheating the game. But Prince as a producer, Rick James as a producer, I put them. They would be if they were just producers outside of anything else. Because you just think about the work that they did as producers. I mean,
Yeah, but
Prince.
I wonder when you think about that, because you think of someone like an R. Kelly doesn't get the credit as a songwriter producer because most of his hits were with himself. Now he did stuff with Changing Faces and he did stuff with High Five and other groups, but he's mainly known for his own tracks. The same with Devante. Devante did some great writer and producer, but his biggest hits were with Jodeci. So then does that always like Stevie, he might have done a record with Michael, he might have done a record there, or Prince.
So
How
too.
many hits has he done for somebody else? Like you mentioned Jamie Lewis, like you mentioned LA and Babyface. So I mean, you think of LA and Babyface. Babyface had his own records that were big. He
Yeah,
then did records with everyone else, and
thousands
uh,
more. Yeah, Babyface's success is larger outside of his career as an artist. His career as an artist is kind of like icing on his cake. Prince, I don't know. I mean, Prince had eras. I mean, like the time was all Prince. All the music, that's all Prince.
mm,
I mean, he's like he had ghost bands that he created was all Prince. Vanity Six was all Prince.
mm,
Uh, Sinead O'Connor's hit "Nothing Compares to You" is all Prince.
yeah,
Sheena Easton's entire existence is Prince. Like, I mean, yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, okay.
you're about to kick everybody else out.
No,
You're
no,
making
no.
making
I was
just Prince
wondering
now.
if the producer of your favorite
But
song,
Rick
whether
James, I mean, Rick James is an argument because Rick James outside Rick James gave Eddie Murphy a hit.
yeah,
I mean, think about that.
that was the Novelty song.
Was it? That was
Yeah,
not.
party all the
I
time.
didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that song was a legitimate hit.
Oh,
I'm old enough to
he
remember it.
revived the Temptations with
That
as
was a
well.
hit.
Yeah, and
You
he
got the
did.
temps back. Come on, Tina Marie. Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
yeah. No, but yeah,
Mary
yeah,
Jane Girls.
yeah. Mary Jane Girls. Yeah.
Rick James was an excellent producer.
Does Teddy ever
Yeah,
fit in? Would he have been like if he had a top 10? Would he have to? Or is it because you guys had a different relationship with him?
no, yeah, it's. I mean, Teddy comes up. The names that pop into my mind. Teddy came up, but I think yes. I guess the thing with Teddy is, and where I start to differentiate.
Mm,
He's a great, obviously, but the others, different eras. They went through different sounds. Teddy is New Jack Swing. This is why some of that trick about being branded again. You
mm,
know, Teddy being like the king of New Jack Swing. Well, when New Jack Swing goes, in essence, so does Teddy in terms of being being there. But yeah, I mean, he created an entire. It created, but is responsible.
mm.
Gets the credit for creating a whole sound. So yeah, Teddy's definitely up there, and as a musician, incredible. But I separate musicianship from producing.
Yeah, yeah.
Teddy, what he can do on a keyboard is outrageous, and he was an excellent programmer. Um, But for me, it's a different kind of mind that is not just making great songs,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about, yeah, turning culture and concept and manifesting an entire idea through music to me is like a
Mm.
different level. So when I think of Prince, when I think of Valley Face, when I think of Jeremy Lewis, think about the different a Human League record to a Sounds of Blackness record. Like that's
Mint
like
condition, yeah, yeah.
Mint Condition. Like these are like all over the map.
Yeah.
And Face did an Eric Clapton record.
Yeah, the Madonna.
Uh,
I mean, a lot of
yeah,
people's favorite album, Madonna, was that Bedtime Stories where he did.
yeah, Max
Uh,
has Bon Jovi and The Weeknd on his discography. Like what?
yeah.
Like Prince with Sheena Easton and then like all of his stuff and like all these different things. I was tempted to put Butch Vig, if you're familiar with him, the producer basically of all the grunge, like Nirvana, Soundgarden, right? That
Wow.
the time in the '90s when grunge pretty much was
Yeah.
dominant.
Yeah. Yeah.
A
Yeah.
lot of that was Butch Vig, and just if you just listen to a record like Smells Like Teen Spirit and just listen to
Mm.
the dynamics in that song and like that's what I mean by taking like an entire culture of what was happening. That record sounds like whatever was going on in Seattle at that time, and where it starts like in this sadness sort of
Yeah.
thing with guitars, and it just goes into
Ah,
rage, and then it comes back down again, and it kind of gets pretty for a minute, and
yeah.
then it just goes like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that is producing to me at like mastery level.
Yeah.
Glenn Ballard, I would
Yeah.
put in the mix, who did Alanis Morissette, and that's pretty
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
almost on Jagged Little Pill.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah. Yeah.
And I forgot. Oh God, I want to.
Yeah, because that
Brian,
was one of the fun
Brian
eras
Eno,
about the 90s was the fact that we could I was into the Blink 185 and then the Alice Morissette and all of the
yeah,
music and Jagged Little Pill and yeah, you talk about R.E.M. or Smash Mouth, all these things. It was
yeah.
almost like acceptable to be able to listen to all of this stuff, not just R&B. And I don't know what happened where it's all split up. But yes, those producers, the
I think
music,
we've come back now. I think we've come back. I think the kids now. I think the kids now are willing to listen to anything. I think that kids can go just as easily now. It's not even weird to go listen to a Taylor Swift album and then go to a 21 Savage show. I don't even
mm,
I don't even I don't even think that's I don't even think they think about it
yeah,
anymore. So
yeah,
I think in a way I think it's separated for a while, and I think
yeah,
now it's sort of
it's coming
streaming has
back.
kind of put everybody back in
Yeah.
the same place again. Now you reminded me when you said that I can't have 5 slots. I need 10
Okay.
because I can't leave Brian Eno out of any producer conversation. YouTube, their whole
Yeah,
all their Joshua Tree. I mean, and then to me, Coldplay's two best records,
yeah, yeah,
Aldo Zaloto and was it Viva La Vida, Death and All His
yeah,
Friends.
yeah, yeah,
These
yeah,
two, the Brian Eno records, to me, and I love all the Coldplay records for the most part. It's very difficult for me to choose them. Um, my 5-year-old and 3-year-old, they don't listen to lullabies at night. They listen to Coldplay's Parachute album. That's what
Is
they sleep to every night.
is that the one the video had that sort of the monkeys dance? That there's what's that something because my ringtone um is there's one that they has the like a guitar intro, something light. I can't remember. Let me see if I can video with
We gotta
monkeys.
come back. We're gonna have to come back and have the Coldplay
Adventure of a
podcast.
Lifetime. I don't know if you know that song.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's
I
that's
man, I love Coldplay, bro.
that's my
Like me,
favorite Coldplay song. That's my ringtone. My kids,
it's a great one.
I just love the guitar string throughout the intro and then throughout the stuff. And yeah, I just great music
Love
that
Coldplay.
yeah.
It's not popular. It's not the cool crowd. Not everybody loves Coldplay, but I've
No,
never.
I think
Hey,
they're one of
when
the
there was a time when everybody like Coldplay is not cool, I'm like, man, you know what? Y'all can get out of here because
ah,
I'm not letting Coldplay go. I love Chris. I think Chris is a genius. I think the whole band is
yeah,
incredible. and and I've always thought Brian Eno was a genius. So when they got with Brian Eno, I was like, man, I would just sit there and just run those albums back to back. I'm still trying to figure out some of the stuff he was doing because he operates on a really deeper level. It's not just about music. He puts like a lot of ambient sound because of what
He'll
of
play
what
dudes
he
live.
like what he feel like it does to the human mind and soul. And so like, man, yeah, there's some. I gotta include Brian Eno. Brian Eno makes my list.
Okay.
We gotta get him in there.
Okay. Don't worry.
I love music. You give me on music, man. I could be here for.
Well, that's a good part.
And I can tell you love this stuff too, man.
Yeah, no, I was always, as I said, being culturally divided between being born in Liverpool, so the Beatles were big, but then being in Nigeria, then being influenced by a lot of South African stuff, then going to the American in the 90s and just.
So we're not even gonna go there. We'll get into. We gotta make separate pods for each.
Yeah,
genre,
no, we'll bring you back, because we've kept you for a long time, but Carl, it's been great. But I'll definitely be in touch. I mean, it'll probably take me about a week or two to edit this, and it comes out in it'll probably come out in 20 episodes, part 1, part 2, part 3. That's what it does. Yeah, I don't put it out like I have to go into different episodes and stuff. But but I will call you back and stuff. But I think I've scoured the internet to get a picture to promote the video. So I don't know if there was one that you feel.
I'm sending a better photo.
If you've got one that you can send me, that would be great. For that, I can just use it for stuff.
Yeah, don't be screenshotting the "Baby I'm Yours" video.
Yeah, well, that's what I had to do. There was nothing of you anywhere. It's like, so if you could send me one, that would be great. But I appreciate it, Carl. It is about
man. Yeah,
thank
really
you.
Appreciate the conversation, brother.
Okay, but I'll keep in touch and stuff. But I'm gonna look for Daddy's Legacy. If I can't find it, I may ask you for the link. But I will look for it.
It's on. It should be everywhere where music is. It shouldn't be too hard to find.
Well, I will look for it and play and stuff.
Appreciate that.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of Halftime Chat. Please remember to subscribe, share, and comment. But most importantly, why don't you become a member of Halftime Chat? We've got amazing videos, amazing perks, and being able to support the channel. But anyway, thanks for watching. Take care.
I never participated in that kind of.
And somewhere in between
us, or even loving us, on which I didn't miss you with.
What was it like growing up?
She's still making an impact on 4 houses down.
I have a couple of pieces.
Trying to get this one and that one.
That works for you, but just for me,
No. Okay.
They understand what those boys and men all
Play it.
These guys, they all work together.
I mean, I love all different genres.